Okay, I'm back. Needed some food. Was getting really, really hungry all of a sudden. It's like, I should probably eat. And then cup noodles tasted like blueberries. So I'm not sure if I'm going to die or not. But we'll see what happens. If I keel over at any point during the stream, we all know why now. Okay, so Legacy of the Wizard. This is a speed run. Congrats, that's all the tutorial. See ya. No. So this game is not the easiest, not necessarily the easiest to run, but it's also not necessarily the hardest. There's a lot of precise manipulation, and I'll be going over that in the tutorial. I'm also going to be going over the general route through the game, along with some potential backup strats if you're just picking the game up. I'm actually going to split this into two parts, not two streams, just two separate parts. I'm going to do one run through where I'm going to show the actual route, what areas you're going to, what items you're picking up, just the general path that you're going to be taking. And then the second pass will focus on the RNG manipulation, the scrolls. Because those are the meat of the speedrun at this point, and are worth talking about, especially given the current state of the run. I'm doing all of this on Power Pack. I'm not going to be on emulator. I'll have some save states available, but this one's a little difficult to work with save states, strictly because the scroll timer runs at all times. So if I have a scroll running and I try to make a save state, I have to kind of go into the menu to not get it to screw up. Which means I might run out of scroll timer early, so I'm going to have to be a little careful with that. As I mentioned earlier during my Lament of Innocence attempts, I'm going to be winging this mostly. I didn't make a lot of plans outside of 2 passes, so we're just going to kind of go from there. So let me first check where my save states are. Alright, so that's the beginning of the game. That is... Okay, I think all these are just at the beginning of each area. That's Zem's area. That is Mayna's area, and then this should be Roas. Alright. So as I thought. Just going to reset. So, first pass, like I said, just going to be general route. Where you're actually going to go. I'm not going to worry about the manipulations. I'm just going to show you what the path is you're going to take, why you're taking it, and things to watch, potential things to watch out for if I remember them. So, whoops, didn't mean to do that. That's for the manipulation right there. You go in and out of this password menu. You hit start and then select. You hit start to make the noise, and then select. It gets you out of the menu. Just one right after the other. If you're on Power Pack, you'll probably have start and select map to some start plus select map to something, so be mindful of that. And your first character you're going to choose is going to be Lil, the daughter down here at the bottom of the table. You don't have any equipment, so you can't actually equip anything. So just hold down and leave the house. You can jump all you want out here, just don't jump into these logs because these actually are solid and you'll bounce into them. Same thing with the top of the tree. Don't do that either. You can theoretically do that one. It's fine. Like, you're not losing any time doing this. But anyway, we're going to start from here. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to come into the dungeon. You'll kill this thing. You do need some keys, so you're going to have to kill at least a few enemies here. This is technically the beginning of the manipulation right here, but I just messed it up on purpose. You're going to get a key. Grab any money you see as well. You're going to need some of that. Don't grab poison if you can help it. If you're standing on it and if you're just waiting on an item to spawn because an enemy died, you might just accidentally grab some poison. That's fine. Also note that Lil's shots are not terribly strong. They only do 1 damage per shot, or rather 1 damage per frame through an enemy's hitbox. But you do want to get at least a little bit of gold. Ideally, I mean, if you're doing manipulation, you'll only get a few. But ideally, if you're not manipulating anything, you would want to go for, well, okay, nice cross, I'll take that. Poison. Alright, so my gold's going to be maxed out now when I get over here. You suck. Get out of it. Oh, whatever. I'll grab the poison. So you're coming over here to grab this big money bag. Big money bags, or rather gold money bags, give you 50 gold. But you cap out at 109. You physically cannot have more than 109 gold. So picking it up when I had 60 gold means I'm going to lose 1 gold off of it. Normally with the manipulation, you won't be any higher. You'll be sitting at, I think, 57? If I remember correctly, or 55 or something. Alright, so we're just going to make our way back. Again, a lot of this is manipulated, and I'll go over that on the second pass. But you just make your way back. You needed that money so you can buy the Matic when you get into Lil's actual area. So you're going to come down here. If you're not manipulating, you can just go up there, but normally if you're manipulating, you're going to come down here. You want to pick this thing up here. This, you're going to pick up that crystal ball. That's going to be used much later. Also, we need more keys. I should probably explain how drops work. So in this game, drops are on a priority system. If you're under 20 life, 30 magic, or 2 keys... Get out of here, you. I don't want your poison. If you're under 20 life, 30 magic, or 2 keys, the game will always drop whatever item you're too low on. I believe the priority is life, then magic, then keys, which doesn't make a lot of sense given that you need magic to kill enemies. So, kind of counterproductive, but just remember that if you're under any of those values, you'll always get that item instead of gold or scroll drops or rings or stuff like that, or even poison for that matter. Beyond that, it will always drop what among life, magic, keys, and gold. It'll always drop, or rather, keys are random. Keys are completely random once you're past 2. But when it comes to life, magic, and gold, get out of here. You get up higher. Between life, magic, and gold, whatever is the lowest will be whatever drops. So it was important that I got those gold drops before I picked up the big money bag, because once I picked it up, my gold was higher than everything else. So I can't get gold drops at this point. And that's something to keep in mind, regardless of whether you're doing manipulation or not. Because if you need to farm up a little bit of gold, you need to make sure that your gold is lower than everything else, or you will not get drops. Anyway, moving on to the actual path here. You're just going to drop down. You're just going to come through this room here. This is going to be a lot slower than what I'm used to, but like I said, manipulation will come later. Would rather do this in 2 halves than to try and do everything all in one. A lot of these enemies don't really do a lot of damage, so it's not a big deal if you just take a hit here and there. Try to avoid hitting that thing, though, because that does a full 10 damage. That's a lot of damage, given that your max health is 109 and you start with 99. So from there, we're just going to drop down. Going to drop all the way down. You can see the dragon off to the left there. That is the final boss. We'll be fighting him later. But your first area is going to be Lil's area. You can tell you're in the right area because it's this music. So the enemies here do a little bit more damage than they do in the main area, but not by a ton. If you're on scroll speed, it's a bit helpful because you won't be taking quite as many hits. But you want to take this top path here because that chest right there is actually kind of important. There's an elixir in it, which elixirs in this game, when you equip one, if you have it equipped when you run out of health, it will just automatically revive you. And you need this elixir for the next area you're going to do. You absolutely need it. However, because we came this way and we don't have scroll speed, you cannot quite make this jump. So you're going to have to pause jump your way up here. Which pause jumping is actually really simple. If you're doing it from a jump, what you do is you jump once and then you go into the pause menu. You come out, you have to let yourself fall for at least 1 frame. If you don't have any motion at all between the 2 pauses, it won't work. You'll have to do an extra pause. But then you just repause the game, and when you come out of the pause this time, you hold jump, and you automatically jump. And I was too far away from the wall, so I didn't get into that spot. So we'll do it again, just like that. pause, unpause, wait at least one frame of movement, pause again, and then as you come out of the pause menu, you just hold jump, and it will automatically let you through. So we're gonna have to do another one to get up here. I went too early on that one. You can see what I mean. You can actually pause it one frame too early. So the reason why we're coming over here is normally you're manipulating, but there is a chest scroll right here. So even if you're not manipulating, you can get some scroll speed. This is 2x speed. You'll be running at 2 pixels per frame. This is a little bit better, but you need to come down here. You also need to make sure you have some keys. My life's running a lot lower than I want it right now, so I may end up having to reload from the start. This section here, if you're not doing manipulation, you can't make this jump. You'll have to pause jump up here, or get lucky and that turtle that came down on the right side will give you a boost. Just like that. Sometimes you'll be nice, sometimes you won't. Also, if you don't have scroll speed, this jump is basically impossible. You need to go over here instead. Another note, if you're on spikes, hold up. You want to hold up because what's happening here is the game is trying to make you do like a mini hop. It's trying to basically move you. It's trying to allow you to walk up, but because gravity is functioning here, you can't walk up. But it allows you to move up for one frame, which is enough to prevent you from hitting spikes. And it's just as a rule of thumb, whenever you're going over spikes, always hold up. Most of the time. There's a few situations where you don't want to, and I'll point those out when we get to them. But you need to come up here. First thing you want to grab is this key ring over here, this big key as we call it. That gives you 10 full keys, and you're going to need them. Over here, you want to get into that gap up there above the enemy. He is going to probably take off. If you get lucky, you might be able to use him as a boost. You might be able to use him for a boost. If not, you just pause jump it. Get used to pause jumping. You're going to be doing a bunch of it in this run. But it's important that you come over here because you need to enter this shop. Because you need this Matic. And it's 95 gold, which was the reason why you wanted to get some gold drops before getting that big money bag earlier. So you could basically either max out your money or come close to it. Because ideally, you also want to be able to use an in afterwards. So you want to spend the 95 and have at least 10 left. So you want to have a minimum of 105 when you pick up that big money bag. So from here, once you buy the Matic, you're going to come over here to the right. You're just going to drop down through these blocks. A lot of fake blocks here. Just walk all the way over. You'll come up here. I'm going to kill this guy so I don't die. You're going to jump all the way up here. This is just a pretty straight path you're going to take here. If you don't have scroll speed, this jump's easy. You just jump in here and then jump straight up. And then we just continue to the left. Hopefully I'm not going to get myself killed in the process, because I only have so much life and I have to make it to the next inn, which is not for a little bit. Oh, good, some extra life. We'll take that. So this is not the inn you're going to use. You actually want to use the one that's closest to the boss. You have as much life and magic as well, life mostly getting into it. You could probably just use that one. It probably wouldn't be that big of a deal, but there's a nice convenient one up here that we're going to be using instead. Nice life drops. We're going to be using this one. All inns are 10 gold. So if you ever need to use an inn, make sure you have at least 10 gold on hand. But the big reason for using this inn is because you need this item. You need this Matic. This allows Lil to break certain blocks, and without it, you cannot reach the boss. So you have to have the money to stay at the inn here, which is why it was important that you get enough gold drops earlier on to have at least enough that you'll have 105 once you pick up the big money bag. So that way you spend the 95 on the Matic, you have 10 left over for the gold, or 10 left over for the inn, so you can just use this immediately and not have to worry about it. So from here, we're just going to jump up. At this point, if you were manipulating, the scroll speed would have worn off while you were in the inn, so this is the same as the manipulated run for the rest of this area. We're just going to pause jump twice to get up this pillar. Like so. You'll notice sometimes that when I pause jump, I'm going to demonstrate it here real quick. So I do this, and then I hold a direction. I'm doing that because it's a much better visual indicator than just watching for yourself to fall a pixel. Because if you just hold a direction, 1 frame is enough to get them to turn. You'll still fall the pixel you need to, but the turn is like very, very noticeable that you actually waited long enough to pause. I should have probably grabbed that, but whatever. Not a big deal. So this is why you need the Matic. You need the Matic to get through all these blocks here. Otherwise, you physically cannot get to the boss. So I need to point out there is 2 fake blocks right here. The easy way across it is to do exactly what I just did. So there's a second method of pause jumping as well in this. If you just fall off of a ledge, you only have to pause once. So I can just walk off, pause, immediately be able to jump out of it. What the game is looking for is that you have a negative vertical speed, but it had to have... But before that works, it has to register that you are on solid ground first. Which is why we have to pause twice when we're doing it from midair. When you pause in midair, it resets your vertical velocity to 0, so the game thinks you're on the ground for 1 frame, and then you can start falling, and then just pause, unpause, hold the jump button, boom. You can make this jump. It is, I believe it's a 2-frame window or a 1-frame window, I forget exactly. It's kind of tight. I'm getting it way more often than I should be right now. Maybe it's a 3-frame window, I don't know. I've never actually sat down and looked at the frame window on it, I just know it's kind of tight. But if you jump too early, you'll just go down the pit, and then you have to pause, jump out of it. But you can go for this if you want, it doesn't really matter. You only lose about 2 seconds doing this. It's about 1 second per pause, or per pause and then unpause. But going for it doesn't really cost you that much. If you miss it, you just do this. It costs you 4 seconds. So, you can go for it if you want. When you fall down here, however, I do want to point out... damn it, I want to pause jump again. Let me get up to the top here. So the big thing here, when you fall down, there's 2 ways you can fall down in this section. You can do it this way, where you fall on top of this thing. Or you can fall way over here. It's a little bit faster to drop off the platform and land on this, because when you hit this thing, you cannot take fall damage. You don't do the bonk animation like this. For some reason, invisible blocks don't trigger it when you hit it. So it's better to fall on this, even though it puts you a little farther away from the chest, rather than hitting here and then bouncing all the way up, because you can't open the chest mid-bounce. It just won't let you. But this is your crown. You're going to open this chest. You're going to see this zipping. Don't worry, this is not a glitch. This is actually intended. This is how you get into the boss room. This is Terratoons. If you can mash, great. If you can't, not a big deal. You can just hit the button as fast as you can. The whole strategy is just get in his hitbox and do that. And I'll be making more thorough save states when I do the manipulated part of it, just to show off the boss strats a little better. But most of the bosses are going to come down to literally get either in their hitbox or near their hitbox and mash and hope you win. Terratoons isn't a big deal because Terratoons only does like 10 damage a hit, which is not threatening, especially with that in trip right before getting in there. So you're going to come back to the house. Normally you'd reset the RNG. You're going to pick Lil again, and you're going to pick 2 items this time. You're going to pick the Elixir, and then you're going to pick the Matic. You have a pair of wings, you have a crystal, you have a crown. You don't want to equip any of those. You can't equip 2 of them, and you can equip 1, but you don't want that crystal right now. You need that much later. You just want the Elixir and then the Matic. You want them in this order specifically as well, because the Matic's going to be the item you use the most, and this will save you from having to go into the menu and actually change items. Side note, you use Select to go into the item menu. It just pauses it basically just pauses the game action and allows you to move the item cursor around a bunch. It always starts in the rightmost position, unless the item in the rightmost position is a crystal. It will automatically just turn the item thing off, because you can have it on no items, right item, middle item, or left item. If a crystal is in the right slot, it'll just deactivate it like this. So it doesn't automatically use the crystal the moment you start up. Which is a nice little touch. So the next area is going to be Pochi's area. I have a save state for the beginning section of this. So if I need to, I can reload that. Pochi's area is very dangerous, and it's one of the reasons why scroll speed is really important. There's a real chance I could die trying to walk through here. Because Pochi's area... So Pochi is... Pochi has a special ability in that Pochi is immune to damage from monsters. The area is intended for Pochi because everything does a crap load of damage. They just expect you to be using him there. Oh wow, lucky Taquito. But Pochi's area is, we're basically going to treat it like we were going to Lil's area again. Pochi's area is over here. Instead of going up, though, you go down. You'll know you're in Pochi's area because you hear this music. Hey, Key Paladin. Alright, so again, everything in here does a lot of damage. So if you don't have scroll speed, if you're not manipulating, if you're just trying to familiarize yourself with the route, you're going to want to be careful here. You're going to want to avoid enemies if at all possible, and if you do take a bunch of hits, you might very well die here. You need one key to get in, not a big deal. You should still have plenty from the big key you picked up in Lil's area. These enemies here, you notice how you can only half see them, like the sprite isn't fully there. The game is considering them in the background. You cannot damage them right now. Your shots just go right through them. You have to touch them to bring them into the foreground, then you can damage them. So you're gonna have to take some hits. There's no way around it. You'll notice that one there, though, just did, that was like 6 damage, and that's a light hit for this area. Some enemies do much more than that. Oh, no, don't want to go that way. So the path through this room, I should probably explain that. Because this room's pretty maze-like. I can actually kill this guy so I don't die on the way back. Take the money. Because I should probably explain the path through the room. So you come at the beginning here, you go up this first ladder, you take your next ladder up, go up again, and then come down immediately. Like once you know the path, it's not too hard to get through. But it's just taking all the right ladders. So you want to take this top path, you go up and down a couple more ladders here. Go up here. You can go up or left at this point, doesn't really matter. It's a little shorter to go left. And you're basically just going to stay on the top till you get over here, then you come over. Once you get all the way over to this side, you just come down, you go right down the ladder. I don't like where the scorpion is. Good, he left. You come down here. If you don't have scroll speed, if you have scroll speed, you can just walk off this ladder and you'll land right on that platform. If you don't have scroll speed, though, you got to go down the ladder a bunch before you can actually get in there. Fortunately, Lil can jump high enough, so you can just jump straight up to this thing. Older routes that used to use Pochi, you had to kind of walk on an enemy to get up here. Ow! Get out of here. So you do need to pick up this chest. This is the Power Knuckle. You absolutely want that item. It increases your shot damage by 4 times, but it increases your magic usage by 2 times. We won't be equipping it just yet. We'll be waiting until the next area. Also, these are butts with eyes, as people have called them. And they do a lot of damage as well. I'm going to try not to let these things kill me. But you just take the bottom path there. You have to go through 2 of those butt eyes in order to get through. So you will take 2 hits no matter what you do. Sometimes it'll be more depending on how the iframes work. You just come down the ladder. You drop off to the left. You walk through here. You're actually coming at this from the back side. The game intends for you to be doing this area with Pochi, and you come at it from the left, and you take this long windy path through this section. If I can remember where the heck it is. There it is. Like, the game expects you to be coming from this side, and since you're using Pochi, you have a very low jump height, you can't really get up on top of it. but it's expecting you to come through here first, and then drop down, and then go up the ladder, and then you get the power knuckle that way, and then you have to go back around with Pochi to get back. But since we have Lil, we jump high enough. Yeah, pretty much, yells Rake. Pretty much. But since we have, like I said, we have Lil, we can jump high, so it doesn't matter. So we get into this green area, and we get the slug, who's not going to be in the way with... when we're not manipulating, the slug won't be a problem. You can just walk right by him. If you are manipulating, though, you will end up taking a hit from that slug every single time, because he's going to be in your way. Thankfully, though, since we have Lil, we can take this top path. Pochi cannot come this way. Pochi has to go the long way in the green room to get around. Oh! I didn't mean for you to come over here. Get out of here. So I'm going to pause it real quick. So we're just going to basically come through the green room, take the top path. Since you have Lil and you'll have the Matic equipped, you can just take the shortcut. Saves, I forget exactly how much time. If you're manipulating, if you still have scroll speed, I think it's like 9 or 10 seconds. If you don't have scroll speed, it's like 20. So go this way. This room, I'll get to the manipulation later on what you should be doing in here. But this jump is relatively tight. It's pretty easy to miss it. I think this is actually a tighter jump than the one I did earlier. Sometimes it works better to just, please you, get out of here. Need some life? Good. So with this one, if you want to just like inch towards the edge, then do your jump, that's a pretty safe way of handling it. If you just want to walk it and take the chance on it, sometimes you might miss it if you jump too early, then you just gotta pause jump out of it to get up here. Uh-oh, he's coming again. Get out of here, you. Good, more butt bread. That's exactly what that is. That is butt bread. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. Okay, so we'll jump up, open this chest. This is another big money bag. This is important. You do need this money bag, and you need to have at least 10 gold before you pick it up. And the reason for this is you need 60 gold when you start the next area. You're going to be buying an item that costs 60, and you need to make sure you've got that much. So when you pick this money bag up, make sure you have at least 10 gold already. If you don't, you might need to farm a little bit in this room. Just make sure you have at least 10 gold. So we're going to go up into this room. This room is really dangerous. I'm just going to kind of rush through it. At this point, if you were manipulating, your scroll speed would have worn off. It's dangerous because of these enemies right here. Those are, I call them comets. I don't know what they're actually called. They do 40 damage a hit. More often than not, you're going to come into this room and you are not going to have 40 HP. And this thing is probably going to kill me if I don't move out of the way. If you come in here with less than 40 HP and they touch you, you die. End of story. Uh-oh, he's spawning again. Move down here. Thankfully, they can only move in 8 directions, and once they pick a direction, they can't move in any other direction. The problem is they move really fast, and if you're stuck in one of these corridors, you're not getting out of the way in time. Like, it's just not happening. So this room is always risky, whether you're manipulating or not. So we're gonna go up though, and this room is not risky, but you need this is the room you need the elixirs for. So you see these 3 chests here, and there's more chests over here. I'm gonna walk over, I'll show you the room. You can see all these chests in this room. I forget how much farther over the room goes, but it goes by a little bit. You see all these chests. Only one of these is real. The only chest that is not a mimic chest is that one on the right. And you can see it. I'm going to put my cursor over there so you can see it. This chest right here. This is the only real chest in the room. This is a mimic. This is a mimic. All the chests over here were mimics. And these mimics are unique in that they're the only enemy in the game that does 100 damage on touch. You are not going to have 100 HP, 101 HP to survive that when you get here. And this is sort of the game's final way of saying, you're really supposed to be using Pochi here. You're not getting this chest without it. But, since we picked up the elixir in Lil's area, we can get by it. You just jump into it. You have the elixir equipped, so you died, and it's going to revive you. So you have full HP. And as long as you don't touch anything, Once your HP is full, as long as you do not physically touch anything, you will not, nothing will happen. The game over music is still playing. You won't take any hits, so if you need a moment, this is a good point. But when you come out of this, you want to continue. You want to do, for whatever you do not hold left. Just whatever you do not hold left. If you do, you automatically take the hit from the chest. I should have probably made a save state there, but whatever. If you hold left, you'll automatically touch the chest, and you will die again. Just instantly dead. The reason why this works is because the elixir revives you, and Lil's jump speed is so fast that she passes by the Mimic's hitbox on the next frame, so she doesn't take any damage. And because of the fact that you touch the chest, it dislodges it, so it can now be killed. Like if I actually shoot it, I'm actually doing damage now. These chests cannot be killed before you touch them. So you can't just like you can't just come in, shoot it out of the way, and then be good. You have to take the hit first, which is why this is such a problem. But once you've touched it, once you've died and revived, you'll hit the ceiling, the chest will fall to the ground, and you can safely land in this little alcove. And then you need to make a jump out of here up to here, just like that. This is a little bit dangerous because it's not a super tight window. I think it's about 4 or 5 frames if you're moving towards the edge, but it's like 4 or 5 pixels where it'll force you over. You can see like right here, I'm close to the edge. I jump and it just forces my character over when I jump. I believe it's a 4 pixels. I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me. I haven't actually looked at it in emulator. But you need to be able to make that jump. If you're like walking to the right and you jump too late, you will fall and land on the chest and die. So don't do that. But then you just jump up, clear out these fake blocks. Don't go any other direction because you can actually come up here and you can touch that chest too. Don't do that. You just jump up here. There's your crown. Conveniently, also because you took that revival from the elixir, now you're just gonna come straight into the boss. You're full health. You should have plenty of magic. And this is just going to be a mash fest here. This is Erebone, not a terribly hard boss. Just kind of get next to his hitbox, follow behind him, and mash. Erebone's shots, I believe, are 15 damage, and touching Erebone is 20 damage. Not a terribly threatening boss, especially since you're full on health. So then with the second crown obtained, you're going to walk back to the house. You're going to change equipment again, and you would normally be redoing the manipulation. I'm just doing this out of habit because I'm used to it. So this time, we're going to equip 2 different items. You do want 2 items this time. And you're going to be picking up the Power Knuckle and the Magic. Now, in this case, technically you want to pick it up in the order of Matic and then Power Knuckle, because ideally you're going to be using the Power Knuckle first. But, when we're manipulating, I find it much easier to get this first scroll, the one off of this enemy, if you don't have the Power Knuckle equipped. See, there's my scroll. I was technically manipulating for that. I'm not going to pick it up. I'm not going to actually manipulate for right now. Get out of here, Spooter. But I find it much easier to get that particular scroll if you don't have the Power Knuckle equipped, at least with Lil. Or with Roas. Either one, their damage is low enough, but they can have enough shots on screen that I find it way more consistent to just do without. But we'll get, like I said, we'll get into that in depth a little bit later. For right now, we're going to be heading into Zem's area. So once again, you're just going to drop down. We're going to take the same path back to the main chamber where the dragon is, but this time we're actually going to go left. Now you do actually kind of want the Power Knuckle equipped because most of these enemies are still going to take 3 shots. So that's 3 magic per. But if you have the Power Knuckle equipped, you do 4 damage instead of 1 at the cost of 2 magic. So you only need 1 shot. So usually it'll actually be less. It'll be less magic overall. Hey, look, cross. Crosses kill everything on the screen. Take advantage of that when you can. So it's important right here that you actually have the Matic equipped, because you need to unlock this shop, and the block has to be broken or pushed with Zem's. You have to have some way of moving that block out of the way. So Pochi and Roas cannot enter this shop. And the item you need in here is the Key Wand. The key one is an item for Mana, and a lot of the items you've been picking up are for Mana. Mana has 3 specific items you need to complete her area, and we're going to be the areas are done in an order, in a way specific, so we can get all of those items. So you need to buy that key wand. You're going to come out, and you're going to go left this time instead of going right. Ideally, you don't get hit by the mummy. You need to break this block, and then there's another chest scroll here, so you're going to get at least some scroll speed. This is only scroll speed 2, though. This is 2 pixels per frame. Relatively controllable. But you also need to make a quick detour to come over here and pick up this chest. This is the crossbow. Also an item from Mana. This is what allows Mana to move blocks. You need that to complete your area, so make sure you pick that up on your way through. So this is Zem's area. Once again, I'm going to let you hear the music so you know you're in the right area. Okay. So now we're going to continue in. Hey, Ricochet. Don't really need luck. I'm just doing I'm doing a tutorial. I forgot to I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to update. Hang on 1 second. I just realized I didn't actually update my stream title and stuff. Good job, me. Let me fix that real quick. Because I am a pro tier streamer. I knew I forgot to do something. I meant to do it while I was eating, and I didn't. So let's get this title updated. Gonna hear some typing. Make sure it updates. Good job, Twitch. You actually updated my title properly. Good job. I'm proud of you. Nope, sorry. This is not Castlevania. You've been had. This is how this stream runs. I do things as I think of them, forget other things, and then wing it. That's the name of the stream. True story. I was actually just letting you listen to Zem's music a lot more. That was the whole point. Because this game has a really good soundtrack. So anyway, this is Zem's area. You enter in from the right, and we're gonna come over. You want to open this chest because this is another big key. This is another 20 keys to add on to the lots of keys you probably still have by now. You absolutely want that. It is important. Taking the top path is a little bit easier. It doesn't really matter whether you go top or bottom, though. Like, you can actually go this way and just break this block and walk through. You can either just drop off the side of this platform and take the lower path, or you can just jump up, hit the ladder, and go that way instead. It really doesn't matter. You're going to drop down here and then go through this block in the lower section. This area is like a giant puzzle. If you're using Zem and you're not using the push block glitch, or the pass-through glitch, or whatever the heck we call it now. The game is still showing Castlevania. Interesting, because I changed that, and it apparently just didn't take. Totally pro-tier streamer. Totally pro-tier streamer. Good job, Twitch. Twitch, when I hit done, you know, when I type in a game, when I select the game from your drop-down list, and I hit done, you update to the proper game and not switch it back to Castlevania. No, it was still showing Lament of Innocence on my side, too. It said category, Castlevania Lament of Innocence. And then I typed in Legacy of the Wizard and selected it from the drop-down menu. And then hit done. And then it just changed it back to Castlevania Lament of Innocence. Because Twitch has a great API. Anyway, back to this. We are in Zem's area. We passed through the first area. You take a winding path through some blocks. And you're going to break this block and come over here, and then we're going to head down this ladder. This is a hidden ladder. You fall through the block when you get on it. Like, it doesn't just force you... the block is just... It's not solid. You can't walk on top of it. You just fall through it immediately. You're going to climb down this ladder. That chest there, that's only accessible from up above. Like, no joke, you can only access that chest from the top. You cannot get there from the bottom. Don't bother thinking you can go for it. So this area is pretty straightforward. The path is pretty set. And since you have Lil, you're not solving block puzzles. Zem has to do a lot more work in this area because he can only move blocks. He can't break them. Lil just breaks them from out in front of her, so it doesn't really pose much of a threat. This area, though, so Zem is what's supposed to happen here is you take Zem and you move this block over 2 spaces, so you can then move this block over here. But if you don't have scroll speed, you have to do this a different way. You'll have to pause jump to make this work. You'll have to do a bunch of pause jumps. So what we're doing there, I'm going to reset the room and show you. Unfortunately, this path doesn't take you anywhere. This is a dead end. So what I'm doing is I'm going into a pause jump. And then as you come out of it, you hold up and A. You're basically holding the jump button and you want to hold up so it automatically hits this block. If you're not directly below it, it sometimes will not hit the block if you're too far over. So try to make sure you're like directly underneath. And then from there, you just do one more pause jump, and that'll get you up on top. There's, again, another fake block over here. Fall through this, and you're down to this lower area. I'm getting killed here. I can probably be on this instead for right now. Money's fine. There is a fake block. You can see it. It's 1 space in front of me here. You can tell that there's a fake one here, because that enemy you see on the left there. Uh-oh, I got this guy behind me. Crap. See, you just saw him fall through it. Perfect. He just helped me. You need to jump over that. Don't fall down there. It just makes things a bit of a pain in the ass. This chest you see in the center here, this one right here, you need this. This is important. If we were still using old Zem strats, you would not need this chest. Lil does need it though to get through this area because this chest is a magic potion. And a magic potion, when you use it, if you use it when you're at 0 magic, will refill you to full magic, and you need this at one point during this stage. You physically need it to be able to get through. So then you're just going to pass through this upper area. I think there's a block you can fall through here somewhere, but there maybe not. There might not be. Oh, there it is. It's on the other side. She's going to come over here. You're going to just watch out for this fake block. If you do end up falling down here, just, again, hold up, because you're standing on spikes. Just hold up, jump out of it. Easy enough. Cross across these spikes, and again, like I said, hold up when you're on spikes. Because that causes you to do a 1-frame hop, which allows you to just not take damage from spikes. Spikes are just kind of a suggestion in this, and if there's like those spikes you see on the ceiling there, the ones that are pointing downwards, those are just background spikes. They don't do any damage. By ceiling spikes, what I'm talking about is these ones up here. Like this whole row, these are not actually spikes. They're just an image. They don't do anything. Just gonna keep picking up the gold because I can. So if you get to this point and your life isn't looking too hot, which sometimes it won't, depends on how many hits you take. There is a safety butt bread right here, a chest butt bread. Chest butt breads are guaranteed. Fill your HP to full. Fill your HP up to 99. And you're just gonna jump up there. You're gonna ignore the cat girl up there. She's just gonna keep walking in place. It's fine. She'll be okay. But then you need to break this block up here. This block right here. You need to go through this section. So you're gonna have to pause jump again in order to be able to reach this and break it. Lil's jump height is literally like 3 pixels too low to be able to break it in a normal jump, or even get up on top of the platform. So you need to jump. You'll do a pause jump out of it. When you come out of this second pause, you want to hold A and right, and that's going to cause you to break the block. And then, preferably as you're falling, you'll do another pause jump. And regardless of whether you're manipulating scrolls or not, you will be doing this pause jump. It does not matter. For this next section, if you have scroll manip, you're going to go through the middle area. You're going to kind of fit through this little gap right here. If you do not have scroll speed, if you're not manipulating though, you're actually going to go through here because this is much easier to get into. All you do to get into this is you just walk off the edge of the ladder and then pause jump out of it. I did it terribly, but you want to do it like right as you start to fall, and you'll just jump right up there every time. Super simple. And you'll have this turtle shell in the way. You can kill it. Probably will drop some... Well, that's not money, but whatever. You just break through these blocks here. Hey, Starbird! Thank you for the raid. You're just in time for some Legacy of the Wizard tutorial. So I'm guessing that's probably why you're here. I'm doing this in 2 passes. Not 2 streams, but 2 passes. I'm doing 1 pass where I just do the general route through the game, and then the next pass is going to focus on the RNG manipulation, the scrolls. So when you get over to this area here, you need to break this block to get past here, unless you get lucky and the cat is on the left side, where you can get cat boost. So if the block isn't there, you can actually jump high enough to just go straight over the block. You don't have to break it. So it saves you a jump, but the cat doesn't always come over here, so you don't always count on getting cat boost. Honk honk. You're always here for taquitos? Well, we haven't seen much in the way of taquitos yet. We will, though. Okay, so there's an inn here. You don't want to use it. Oh, okay, never mind. That wasn't the one I thought it was. I thought that was the inn where it changes into a shop if you jump. But anyway, we come across these blocks. You want to come right into this section here. There's a hidden block. You will just fall as soon as you walk over here. Side note, you cannot get back up without pause jumping, so don't bother trying. You're going to break your way down here. You want to break all the way down to the bottom and then go left. It's a little bit faster than breaking through the top, even though you break more blocks, because if you just break the one and then go left, you'll only break 3 blocks, but then you still have to walk down this ladder, or up, or you can just jump up the ladder, but then you'll take fall damage when you come over here. If I just fall from up here, boink, just like that. But if you go straight down, you just break a couple of extra blocks and you walk straight left, and you don't have to do like all this stupid jumping and stuff. Alf does not own taquitos. Alf owns a book. Sorry. Alright, so this area is kind of annoying. One, you can't just go straight down. This area is full of dead ends like this. They just make you think you can come through a section. But you need to break these blocks up here. So we're going to be doing yet more pause jumping to get up to them. And this one's kind of finicky. I paused too early. There we go. This one's finicky. When you come out of the pause jump, you want to be holding left and A. Sometimes it won't break any blocks because you can only break 1 block at a time. And these blocks that you see me breaking here, those count. So if one of these is still in the animation of breaking, it will not let you break one of those blocks up there. Let me see if I can go back to the right and reset the room so it's proper. Alright, so you're coming from this location here. None of the blocks are broken yet. The way I usually try to do this is I try and pause about here. I know this is not a great visual cue. I can pause it like that, though. You want to pause about this location. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. But you want to pause from about here, because this will usually cause the blocks to break in a way that will let you get one broken. I didn't pause jump right. See, that time it broke, but that time I also didn't have any blocks in the middle of disappearing. That is the important thing about this one. More often than not, though, you're going to have to do 3 jumps on this. It's basically going to look like this. Didn't break anything on the first jump, so you do a second pause jump. You hold left and A, you'll break a block on your second jump, and you have to do a third pause jump to actually get up here. More often than not, that is what that's going to look like. If you get lucky, sometimes you can do it in 2. If you get super lucky, you might get it in 1. I've only ever done that once, though. It's very, very rare. So you're going to take the top path here, not the actual top path, because this is a dead end. You walk all the way over here, there's just nothing. You have to go down 1 and take this other top path here. Yes, there's other top paths. Just bear with me. You'll probably want to kill both of these. You might be going for... At this point, if you were scroll manipulating, you're not anymore. It has worn off by this point. So you'd be relying on getting lucky taquitos, or scrolls, as we call, or as they're technically called. But then you're just going to drop down. You come all the way over to the left side here. You break the blocks. You come straight down, and you just walk straight to the left. Now you can fall down. You can fall down a lot of these. Actually, no, you can't fall. Okay, weird. I thought there was more paths down. Okay, so basically you're going to come down, you walk onto this ladder and then just drop straight down. You'll be in this room. You can also come down this ladder if you so choose. I don't recommend that. But if you get to this point, 1, you need 10 gold. If you've been doing scroll manipulation, you should have it. But if you want a little bit of extra safety, if you're far enough over 30 magic, you can actually do a little bit of a farm here. I'm going to show you what it looks like. I don't have enough magic to actually get money out of this, but you just kind of walk over to this location. You just kind of stand here and let the enemy, a whole bunch of enemies are going to come over and pile up on top of you. And you just fire a few times and they should mostly die. So if you have high enough magic coming into that, you can get a whole bunch of kills and you can effectively farm some money. But if you're too low on magic, you're only going to get magic drops and you won't be able to actually get any cash out of that. So it's not 100% foolproof. It depends on what you come in here with. So you have to be mindful of that. Get out of here, you. Go down. 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 Get out of here. Sure, jump up and down on the end. That's fine. But what we're going to do next, you're actually going to drop straight down. You fall in this ladder. You will bonk every time. Doesn't matter. But in this chest is a chest scroll. This is the worst placed chest scroll in the game because you're not going to get a lot of use out of it. When you pick it up, you want to jump. Now, when you come back up here, you want to jump from about 1 tile down. If you jump straight from the top, you will break one and you will not actually get up there. Well, most of the time you won't. Yeah, from the very top, you won't. And depending on what it gives you when you fall back down, you may not get the right pixel either. You want to be like 1 tile down, and you will always break these blocks open. You want to break these 3 blocks. You can't break the top one, but you want to break the top 3. You can break all 4, it doesn't actually matter, but then it just makes it more of a pain in the ass to get back up here. But the big thing here is you need to use the it. This is both for the life and magic refill, and also because you need to equip the magic potion you picked up earlier. You absolutely must be picking this up. So you have to use the end. You have to get this thing. That's why you have to have 10 gold right now. And then from here, you should still have scroll speed. You can just make your way over to the right. Up walk across these spikes. Ignore all the enemies. They don't matter at this point. This is a butt bread. I can't dodge it because I don't have scroll speed. And then we're going to come down to the block room. This room is the sole reason why you need that magic potion. So Zem's special item, the glove, moves blocks, but it doesn't consume magic. And this is sort of the room that they put in place to basically say, yeah, you need Zem for this area. If you don't have Zem, you can't get through this area because you will run out of magic. But because we have a magic potion, we can bypass that. You just start breaking the blocks. And the big reason why we used the inn after getting the scroll and then breaking those blocks is so you can make sure you have full magic coming through here. Because all of these rows of blocks are 9 tall. And you have 99 magic. So if you come into it with full magic, you're going to go through 11 of them, and your magic will run out as you reach the bottom of one of them, which is really, really helpful because you have to jump before you can actually use the magic. You have to hold A to use the item. And if you don't, and if you come down here and you run out of magic like halfway down a block, or halfway down a stack, you will have to do an extra jump just to be able to start breaking blocks. And there's a whole bunch of those Christmas trees at the top, like you can see right now. You're going to get stuck in those, and it's going to be kind of a pain in the ass to actually use the magic again. Get out of here, Christmas trees. But anyway, onward with the block breaking. There is a lot of it. There are 13 rows of these. Now, normally, if I'm doing manipulation, or actually, if I still have the scroll speed, like if you just have the one scroll that I picked up, the chest scroll, I would normally reset the room right here, because that makes the spawns a little more favorable. It gets a bunch of enemies out of your way, primarily. And you'll do the same thing on this 5th one. You do it on the 3rd ladder, and then on the 5th... Oh, get out of here, Christmas tree. Because this is how they attack you. They just charge the ground and call it good. By resetting the room, you're putting them in different spawn... You're resetting their spawns, and it gets some of them out of your way for a little while. It just makes things a little bit better to work with. So just remember on ladders 3 and 5, or rather after the 3rd and the 5th row of blocks that you break, that you want to just reset the room. So we're going to continue with our block breaking. You don't reset it again because after this point it doesn't really help that much. You are going to take a few hits from Christmas trees. There's no way around it. And from these flying ghosts. I didn't really want to pick up that magic. There. That brought it down to where it should be. So now I'm going to run out of magic here. You just switch over to the magic potion. Refills your magic. You've got 2 rows of blocks left. Oh, didn't put it back in the magic. My bad. Okay, so after this point, you no longer need the magic. For the rest of the area, you do not need the magic any longer. So you can just switch over to the power knuckle and keep going. Odds are you don't have scroll speed here, so the way you... I didn't want to do that. Alright, so as you saw, this chest here, this is a mimic. It does quite a bit of damage if you touch it. The way around it is you walk all the way to the bottom of the ladder. You don't hit left or right. I'm going to get out of the way of these enemies. You walk all the way to the bottom of the ladder, you jump, and then hold right. That is how you dodge that mimic. With Zem, you don't have to go anywhere near that low, because his jump height's a lot lower. But with Lil, you actually have to go all the way to the bottom of that ladder, and you can clear the jump with that. You're just going to basically work your way through this room here. You just stay in the middle section here. Try not to die. Also, be picking up any gold drops you get, because it's a pretty big safety I'm going to highly recommend if you're just starting out. If you're not at 10 gold, farm for 10 gold. If you saw my SGDQ run, you know what happens if you don't have 10 gold when you get here, and your magic's too low. But the reason why you want 10 gold is for this inn. Unless you're going for a record attempt, absolutely just use this inn. You're not doing this for equipment, you're doing this because you want full life and magic. Because we got the boss coming up. I'm actually going to make a save state this time because I don't want to die. Yeah, I can just put it over save state 1. You can keep killing for more magic or for lucky taquitos if you'd like. I don't recommend picking up taquitos if you get too close to the boss though. Like once you're in the next room, do not pick up scrolls. Ah, good. The ring wore off just as I went to walk through that enemy. But you're just going to walk your way over here. This is a mostly straightforward path. If you're just starting out, I'm also highly going to recommend picking up this chest right here that I just killed that enemy on. I'm going to let the money go away so you can actually see what it is. Hey, it's an elixir. So, you want to pick up this elixir. If you're just starting out, I 100% recommend picking this thing up. Because you want this for safety. There is not this coming boss, but the boss after it, you absolutely want to have some way to revive in case things go wrong, which a lot of times they do. Unless you're gunning for a world record, just get this elixir. Just do it. Just trust me on this, it's worth it. So you're going to grab the elixir, and you're going to come over here. You want to jump off the edge of this block here. You can see the platform I was trying to land on. Get out of here, skeleton. Skeleton, move. No, move. Get out of here. You jump from the very edge of this block, and you'll land right up here every time. And you're going to pause jump. You're going to do a single pause jump. You're going to walk off the edge, unpause, and you just jump up here, and it'll get you right into the middle of this. And you're going to just jump out from the side of it, and then jump straight up, and then jump off that platform up to here, up to this chest. The enemies, once they're inside your hitbox, they actually no longer do damage, which is actually pretty beneficial. Also, I got a lot of sprite flicker going on here because the game has some trouble handling sprites sometimes. But this chest here, this is your crown. This is the end of the stage. This is the boss. So you're going to pick this up. It's going to zip you in. You actually want to make sure when you get into the boss room that you switch over to the magic. And this is important because you don't want to be burning through too much magic when you get in here. You need that to actually kill the boss. But you also need to be firing shots in here. Actually, let me make another save state in the room. You just want to fire like this. When you actually get close to the boss, then you switch over to the power knuckle and just mash it down. So as you're walking through the room, just keep shooting. You actually want to duck into this little alcove here real quick. You don't want to just fall straight down. At least my experience has shown don't do that. Just like that. Oh! Reminder, ties go to the boss. And they can kill you after the fact. And Archwinger's shots here do 20 damage per hit. And touching Archwinger does 30. So you don't absolutely have to duck into that alcove, but it actually lines you up pretty perfectly with where Archwinger's going to end, when Archwinger's going to bounce up against this wall. Normally, and this is another thing, if you come in here with scroll speed, I don't know how I hit the select button there. If you come into this room with scroll speed, Archwinger actually won't bump this properly. Archwinger's pattern changes and will instead go under the platform and chase you over here. You don't want this. It's one of the big reasons you don't want scroll speed in boss fights. The other reason being that it increases your shot speed and your shots spend less time in the enemy's hitbox. And all your shots in this game to do damage, it's based on how many frames your shot is in the enemy's hitbox. So the faster your shots move, the less damage you actually do. So again, when you come in, you want to be on the Matic. You just want to kind of spam shots a little bit. And when you get over where the boss is, you switch over to the power knuckle and then mash it down, and then keep mashing after it dies to take out any shots it keeps firing. But that is why I recommend hitting that in, so you're full life and full magic heading over there. And it'll give you a much better chance of actually getting through that boss. Record attempts come into that fight, and you don't have a lot of life or magic going into it, and you just kind of have to hope. So, we've done 3 areas now, and now we're actually going to be switching characters finally. Lil has done her job. She's done 3 areas. She is a champ. But she can't do the next area. The next area can only be completed with Mena, the mother here. She's on the as you saw, she's on the upper right corner of the table, wearing a dress. Now for Mena, we need equipment. We need a lot of things. You need the wings, which are in the upper left. You need the crossbow, which is in the middle, and then you need the key stick on the right. You're going to be picking them up in that order because it's the fastest way you're going to be able to pick them up. Realistically, you actually want to be on crossbow to start, but it would take a lot longer to get the crossbow last than it is to just do it this way. So as soon as you get into the game, you're just going to switch over to the crossbow. I do have a save state right at the beginning of this section, fortunately. So once again, we're going to be starting off with Mena. She does not have the same jump height as Lil. So she cannot actually jump up here. So you'll have to, in this case, wait for this enemy to come over to the right. And unfortunately, when you first walk down, it's not close enough for you to be able to do it. So you gotta wait for it to come back. And you're just gonna drop down. You're gonna take the same path you've been taking all the way to the center section. To the main hub, I should say. But this time, you're gonna act like you're going towards Zem's area, but you're not. You're not gonna go up, you're gonna go down instead. You still need a little bit of money to finish the game at this point. You need 20 you need 20 for Mena's area by herself. And then depending on how you take the last section, you might need 10 more, but I'm going to recommend not needing that. So realistically at this point, if your goal is looking a little bit low, you're just aiming to hit 20. You need 10 by roughly the middle of Mena's area, and then you need the other 10 by the end of it. As I pointed out earlier, this stupid block here, this does 10 damage. Try not to touch it. If you're not on scroll manipulation, just use Mena's wings to walk over it. Mena's wings just turns off gravity, basically. You can walk in any direction. You can jump still to climb a little bit faster, but you can just literally walk around like it's just everything. Like just like this. There's no gravity or anything like that. But it does cost magic. It drains 1 point of magic every, I forget how long, but it's constant. So you can use those to just get over that enemy so you don't take the extra 10 damage. But if you're going to fall, though, it's better to just not have the wings on because it's much faster. So to drop down, you push this block out of the way over here. You can see how Mena's block moving item works. It flings the item instead of just moving it or breaking it. So you do have to get out of the way because the block will damage you if it hits you. It only does 1 damage, so it's not a big deal. But you want to push it, jump over it, and then you come over here and come down this ladder. This is Mena's area. Now, you'll notice the music doesn't sound right. This is Pochi's music you heard earlier. Because this whole section here is actually all of Pochi's rooms. You just pass through all of them. Like, literally all of them. Also, there's an inn/shop here. This shop has the dragon shield, which is the only place you can get it in the game. Only Lil can access it, because you have to be able to break this block before you can get into it. But just to quickly show off the rooms real quick that you pass through. So this is the top of Pochi's area. This is the room with the power knuckle in it. This is the room with the giant invisible block maze. And then this is the green room with the slug in it. And from there you continued on to the right to get to the crown. But that's why I had Pochi's music, because this is all Pochi's area. So this section, when you get into it, this is actually the top of Zem's area that we were just in. This is the room directly above the crown we just got in Zem's area. I didn't want to go in the inn. So that's why you're now hearing Zem's music, despite us heading to Mena's area. I'll take another key. Just come through this narrow corridor. We're gonna come down this long ass ladder, and then the music's gonna change. Oh, actually, no. It was already Mena's music. So it did change to Zem's music. I'm actually gonna... Well, no, I'm not gonna point that out. So what happened was, when you come all the way down the ladder, you hear or rather you fall, you hear Pochi's music. When you pass into the top of Zem's area, you hear Zem's music, and then normally the music doesn't change again until you get all the way down here. Then it'll change to Mayna's music. Because I went back up, it changed to Mayna's going back up. I don't know why, it just does. But now we're in Mayna's area proper. So I'm going to go right over here. So, just to show something, this chest right here, this is the crown. I want to make sure this enemy doesn't hit me. This here is actually the crown, but you have to take the long way. You cannot access it from this ladder, and you cannot access it from where I'm currently standing. You have to come from this ladder, which is a very long and roundabout path to get up there. So I'm gonna show you that path. So this is the area. So the reason why you need the key wand is because Mayna's area has a lot of locked doors. It's fine if you use some keys, but you are absolutely going to need that key wand coming up here pretty shortly. Die. Okay, cool. Key. For this room, well, I can't. Okay, yeah, there we go. There's 3 paths into this room. You have the lower, the middle, and the upper path. The upper path, so the middle path leads to, I believe, a shop at the very end of it. And I think there's a crystal ball over there, too. The top path leads to a key wand that I believe only Lil can get. Which is kind of pointless, considering it's in Mayna's area. The bottom path is the one you want. Very straightforward path. When you get into this area, again, fairly straightforward. Just go left. Then you're going to come down here, and I'm going to kill these enemies off to show this. So, normally the game's just going to make you think, oh, keep going to the right. That's where you need to go, because that's just the obvious path. But no, there's a fake block here, right there. Jump up so we can actually show this properly. So, just have to remember, it's 3 blocks to the right of the ladder. That is where this hidden passage is. This is the actual correct path you have to take. You will take damage falling down there. That is way too long of a fall for Mayna. Whether you take fall damage is based on what character you're using and what their jump height is. So Lil can fall the farthest without having a problem. Everyone else kind of jumps a little bit too low. Okay, so my life is a little bit low. I'm going to point out that there is a fake enemy here. You can't see it, except for there's a very faint brown outline that you might be able to see just on top of the blue block here, like right above where my cursor is. You can kind of see a little bit of brown. That's an indication there's an enemy there. This enemy does a fair amount of damage, and by this point, if you were manipulating, your scroll speed would have probably worn off already. If you want to get past this enemy, however, without taking any damage, you want to fall down here. Just fall off this block and hold left as soon as you start to fall. And you just jump over it. You'll take 1 damage from the fall, but that's better than taking a hit from the enemy. Because I think it does, I have 32 life left. Now I have 27. It does 5 damage, which is, it's better to take the 1 damage than the 5 damage. So from here, if you were manipulating, your scroll speed would have worn off at this point, and the rest of it is unmanipulated. So everything from here on out is actually the exact same as the manipulated route. I'm going to have to pick up something. My life is a little lower than I want it to be. I might just use the next inn I see, just out of safety. Should probably actually explain this room. So this chest down here, this is a magic refill. You shouldn't need this. If you're running really low on magic, though, you can detour for it if you really want. The trick is, however, that you have to basically punt this block with the crossbow. You'll push it to the right, and then you need to fall in this hole and jump up when it's on your left, so you can actually walk over and get the chest. If you just keep walking behind it, the block will stop here. You can't push it again. You can't get the chest. But when you come through here, you're going to come up on that left side. You'll fall down. Just use the wings to get up here a little easier. You need to take the top path, because this is the correct way to go. And just use the wings to get up on top of here quickly. You'll be doing a lot of item swapping in this area. Mayna has the single highest amount of item swapping in the game because she has so many items that she has to use. You just jump up here, you'll land on a ladder, which will bring you up to this point. I believe that's right at the edge. Yep, it is. Okay. Couldn't remember. This area is pretty straightforward. You just want to, again, get to the top path and go right. To the left, there's a crystal ball and a lot of key doors. You can get the crystal ball by taking the lower path and taking a secret entrance to it, but we don't need the crystal ball for the speed run. We already have one from the beginning, which is much faster to pick up. Coming down here, I don't think it's actually faster to switch to the wings to break your fall. Note that if you switch to the wings, any fall damage that you would have incurred will not happen. So you can use it to prevent that 1 point of fall damage. More often than not, though, it's slower to switch to the wings and then switch back to another item than it is to just take the fall damage. So your pick on that. I just do it because it's a little better to... It's a little easier to do in this section, because if you just fall from the top, you're going to land down here at the bottom, and you don't want to go through this... Oh, God, you actually do damage. Holy crap. Give me that. Give me some more butt bread. But you don't really want to take this lower path, because there's spikes. And you can't actually walk over those without equipping the wings, so it basically costs you a menu doing that. So I use the wing to just get myself to land on this platform, and we walk to the right, and you can just kind of walk off and walk across the spikes. For this, though, this is the similar deal. You could equip the wings and just walk along the lower path, or you can just take the secret passage that goes through here. I forget how many blocks actually break here. That many. Alright, cool. If you're running low on life, there's a safety butt bread right here. Pink butt bread this time. But if you actually need a life refill, that is there for your that is good as a really good safety pickup. You might need that to make it to the end. Now this ladder up here, this is a false ladder. This is the other side of the crown. Here, once again, here is the crown. This is unfortunately not the right path. You cannot get in from this direction. There's absolutely nothing you can do in here. Game's trying to make you think you can get to that chest. It's teasing you. So in this room, I believe there's some fake blocks here somewhere. Ah, good, there were. I thought there were. Unfortunately, this is not the right path. This pillar here, this entire pillar from here down to here, this is all solid. You can't go through here. You have to take the lower path. So you've got to fall down this hole. I'm going to break every block in here so you can actually see what this place looks like. Because this is a giant invisible maze. And I don't remember every single block that breaks here either. Get off of me. Get out of here. These enemies are irritating. They'll run into you, and they won't stop running into you until you actually kill them. Get to that. You just want to break all these blocks open so you know exactly where you can and can't go. Okay, so that is the actual, like, that's everything, I believe. I'm going to double check that ladder just to make sure, because I think there might be one right here. Nope, never mind, I was wrong. Okay, so these are all the blocks. There's effectively 2 paths through this room. Screw those. Oh, yeah, there are more blocks. I thought there was. Will you get off me? Give me that. Where the heck does that even go? I haven't taken some of these hidden passages in a while. Huh, okay. I didn't even realize that did that. But oh, sure. But whatever. So anyway, there's 2 paths to this room. The path that I think the easiest to take is you just take the lower path. When you run into this wall and you can't move any farther, you jump, switch the wings, jump into that little alcove, switch back off the wings, and then just fall down twice here. And the same thing when you get over here. When you reach this point, just once again switch the wings, jump up, and you're good to go. The other path is that you come into the room, you will, instead of going left, you will actually jump up this ladder. Now the key here is that you want to try and jump over both of these. This one's easy because all these blocks are fake and none of them are, you cannot stand on any of them. So as soon as you fall, you just immediately jump. So you just come up the ladder, you walk over to the left, as soon as you fall, you jump. And then through this section, you can just kind of keep mashing jump. And more often than not, that'll be enough time. More often than not, that'll be enough to get you through these, to get you over this little platform here. Hey, Rom, thank you for the raid. Hey, no sense of style. And yeah, that was some pots and pans. Welcome in, Rom Scout Raiders. I am doing a speedrun tutorial on Legacy of the Wizard. If you've never heard of this game, what's wrong with you? You should have. It's a really good NES game with a really, really, really good soundtrack. A little obscure and a little difficult to find your way through on a casual playthrough if you're doing it blind. But we're going to be focusing on showing you exactly how to get through the game. We are in the 4th area right now. I'm actually going to be making 2 passes on the route. The first pass is just showing the general route through the game, what areas we're doing, what chests you're picking up, stuff like that. The second pass is going to show off the RNG manipulation that we use to get scrolls, which increase our movement speed. So we get a little bit left on this first pass, and then the second one will start immediately following that. But anyway, back to what I was saying. Yes, as Murdoch said, this is the part of the Dragon Slayer series. This is actually Dragon Slayer 4. In Japan, it's called Dragon Slayer 4 Drazel Family. Anyway, back to the room. You come up this ladder, you can jump across like this, and as soon as you fall down to this location, you just jump. As soon as you hit the ground, you will make it over this every single time. And then from here, you can just kind of mash the jump button a bunch, and you should be able to get over this and with no problems. And you just drop down here, and you jump up the ladder, and you'll fall over here. No switching the wings, no item switching or anything like that. The bottom path I find to be easier, but the top path doesn't require any item switching and might be easier to remember depending on, just everybody's a little bit different. Might be a little... Just take whichever path you think is easier for you to remember. The time difference is negligible between the two. Like, legit, the time difference is 100% negligible. Like, we're talking, I think, half a second difference between the two. You shouldn't need another life refill. If you do, there's one here if you absolutely need it. But if you took the one before, like if you took the one right before coming down here, get off me. If you took the one right before coming down here, you shouldn't need this one. If you didn't take this one and you took a bit more damage than you were planning on coming down here, this one is available if you need it. So you just take the life refill, you're full on health again, and that's perfect. Get off of me. These enemies are awful. So you're gonna come through these locked doors. By this point, you are gonna start running a little low on keys. You haven't really used the key wand yet. You haven't really had a big need to, but after this point, you will absolutely need to. Excuse me. So we're gonna climb this ladder. When you get up here, you're gonna have to switch the wings to get up top. You can also move these things out of the way, but it takes a while for them to all stop flinging, and you can't fling more than one at a time. So you just want to switch the wings, jump up to the top, open the first door, and then immediately switch over to the key wand. You don't have enough keys to get through this, so you're going to have to spend magic to do it instead. The key wand, just instead of using a key, it will use your magic to open a door, which is why which is another reason why you need mana for this area. Because otherwise you can get through this area without the key wand, but you're going to be farming a lot of keys, and you don't want to be doing that. It takes a long time. So this room, just go over to the right, come down, come back to the left. You don't need to do anything special in here. Just ignore the enemies. By this point, either your life or your magic is probably too low to actually get any reasonable drops. The only big thing here is that if you do not have 10 gold by this point, you need to farm up 10 gold. Because we're using an inn in this room. And if you don't have the money for it, you are kind of out of luck. So you just climb up, so you just go around there, you climb up that ladder. Use the wings to walk across because it's a lot easier. You just pass over here. Notice how I took some damage there. There is an enemy sitting right here. It's invisible. You can kind of see this brown outline right here, where my mouse cursor is. It's right above the blocks. This thing does a lot of damage, and it's one of the reasons why you need to make sure you have at least a reasonable amount of health coming into this room. Try to take just one hit. Let me get off the wings as well. There we go. Yeah, it does like 4 damage. You'll usually get hit twice trying to pass through it, though. So you don't want to come in here with too little HP. Also, I'm going to make a quick save state here just so I can show something. This is the inn you're going to use. Don't jump. Do not jump at the inn or you change it into a shop, and you cannot change it back. Also, I have no idea why they're selling wings in this shop. You cannot physically get to this location without already having the wings. But they sell wings in this shop if for some reason you wanted a second pair for really, really cheap. I don't know why you would, but I'm just pointing it out. So yeah, don't jump in front of this inn or it will change it into a shop. Just go into the inn, use it. We're not equipping any other items. We're just doing this for the refill. Because at this point, both your life and your magic are going to be relatively low, and you need to take this refill in order to be able to make the rest of the area. You're just going to keep your equipment exactly the same. The big thing here, though, that I forgot to do... this enemy, now that you've touched it, you can actually kill it. You could not kill this enemy before you touched it. It will not let you. But now that you've touched it, you can kill it, you walk through it. Kill it, go into the inn while it's in its death animation. Get your refill. And then we're just going to come back out, and it's going to drop an item. And with any luck, it'll be a scroll, or maybe something else that's useful, or possibly money if you still need that. But you don't want to wait for the drop to happen before you go into the inn, because you're going to run out of, you're actually going to, ow. I don't actually want to touch it. You don't want to wait for it to drop the item before going to the inn, because either your life or your magic's probably going to be too low, and you're guaranteed to get that as a drop instead. And money, or a key, or a cross, or a scroll, or anything like that is infinitely more useful. So kill it before you go into the inn, use the inn, let the drop happen after you come back out. So yeah, I can shoot as many times as I want. It's invulnerable till I touch it. Just wanted to make that very, very clear. So for this section, you're going to push that block out of the way. It's likely going to kill some of these mummies. Wow, it missed every mummy. Good job. Wait, actually, no, I didn't need the wings up to this point. This is actually the I was actually going to say, I was like, well, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure you can get to that point without the wings because I used to buy them in a different shop earlier. But yeah, you can actually get to that inn without the wings. So that shop actually does sell a useful item. Hadn't thought of that. But still, don't go into the shop. You don't need to. Get out of here, you. So this enemy, you can kill without having to touch it. You do want to open up this chest. I'm going to let the money disappear so you can see what it is. Come on, money, disappear, please. Alright, so you can see it is a key. It's actually a big key. It's worth 20 of them. Do pick that up because there are some areas where it's better for Maiden to use keys. And you still have one character left to go who's going to have to open a couple of doors. So you want to make sure you've got enough keys to finish the game. Primarily, though, you are going to be using magic for it. This part here, I usually don't. I just burn through the keys in this section. But you'll switch to the wings after this. But you want to go straight up here. You need the wings to get enough height. I don't know what these actual enemies are. They're just like tomatoes with beanies, I guess. We'll call them that. But you open those first doors, you jump straight up. and you just go through those fake blocks, and that takes you up to this top section. Then you kind of take the middle road here to the left. Take the middle road to the left. You're going to open these 3 doors as well. Then you have to drop down here. Now it's like, oh, well, there's no path. There is. It's just hidden. Also, you can't get this chest from over here. You can only get it from the right side. I was going to say, I thought there were more passages here. Okay, that's all. So it's basically just, you fall down here. Now, it's actually kind of important. Yes, exactly, Murdoch. A lot of hard-hitting enemies that are just like stationary or invisible or something, you can't damage them until you physically touch them first. So it's kind of a cheap thing about this game. It's not really. It's probably one of the more poorly designed things, I would say, because some of these enemies do a lot of damage. There's a couple in specific later on in the main area that do like 30 damage on touch, and you can't damage them until you touch them. Anyway, for this section here, I want to point out, you want to duck into one of these little alcoves real quick. Not like super far in, you just kind of want to touch it for a frame or two. Does not matter which one you do. But the reason for this is if you just drop straight off the top, you crash when you hit the bottom. You take a point of damage and you have to go through the falling animation. So you just do this, it prevents that from happening, ends up being slightly faster, and you don't take a point of damage. So you come over here, you use the wings, you jump to the right, you switch on and right back off the wings. You never want to leave the wings equipped longer than you need to because it will drain your magic. And you need to be on the crossbow for the next room anyway. We're gonna climb up this ladder, get this Octorok out of the way. Octorok will usually not be in the way. He'll usually stay over to the right side. But you need to basically get this top block to push. Let me go down. So sometimes you'll do it like that. If you push the bottom block, no big deal. Just keep walking over to the left so you can't push it any farther. Get out of here, you. But you just push it over here to the left, and then you can just push this top one and just get up. You either jump up on the left. You'll either jump up at the right time, and you'll be able to get it to your left side, or you can just jump up while it's on the right, and then just get up into here. But there's a fake block here. You are not going after that chest. I don't even remember what's in it. I don't care what's in it. It's probably not important, but you're just going to fall into this section, take this bottom path. That shop, I don't know what's in it either. We're not going to be going into it. Instead, oh look, Lucky Taquito. We're going to eat that, because that gives us speed. Always be on the lookout for Lucky Taquitos. If you get one, always go back for it. If you're just like moving along, you kill the enemy, you keep going, and you see a taquito drop behind you, always go back for it. It is going to save you more time taking the extra second or two to walk back to it than it would to just skip it. So this section, normally we would not have scroll speed in this section. So you're going to drop down, you're going to jump. I think the way I do this, actually, now that I think about it. Should really make a save state here. So you drop down, you're gonna switch to wings midair. About when you're lined up with this opening, enough so you can actually get in here. And you're just gonna walk through this section, you'll jump up some of those, and you'll just use the wings to get through this quickly. It's a pain trying to do this with like timed jumps or anything, so I don't recommend it. Just switch to the wings, walk through like that, and easy peasy. So then this room, this is once again the final room. This is the room with the crown in it. It's all the way on the left side. They're letting you pass through it again. Like you can come into this room like 5 different ways. 5? 4? I think it's 4. There might be a 5th one. I don't remember. But you can come into this room, but you come through this room, you're just going to go right through that corner. You're not going to do anything else in that room. You're just going to pass through it. This room, they intend for you to go all the way to the left, all the way back to the right, all the way back to the left, and then all the way back to the right. But we're not going to do that because there's a couple of shortcuts you can take. The first one is right here. And the way to find this invisible block is you look for the edge of the spikes here. You have this long row on the right that you've seen, and you get over here and you see this row of spikes and this row of spikes. The block is lined up with this edge, with the edge of the spikes. The first safe tile, if you will. That's how you know where this invisible block is. If all else fails though, and you don't remember that, just mash the jump button. You'll eventually find it. Like, more often than not, you'll find it. You can just... And whenever you get to the block, you'll be able to just go right through it. So that saves us some walking all the way to the left. We're going to come back to the right. You have to equip the wings to get over these spikes. If you take them off, you can't move. And the reason for this is normally, like I mentioned earlier, you can hold up and just do like a mini hop and you won't take any damage from spikes. However, because there's a ceiling directly above you, it's only a one tile gap, you can't do that mini hop, so you're automatically touching the spikes. So you need the wings to get through these one tile gaps with spikes. And that is the sole reason why only Mana can do this area. Get up there. Crap, taking way more damage than I wanted to. So this is another long, winding room, but this one doesn't have, at least on the top, it doesn't have the one tile gaps. It does down at the bottom. We're just going to come over here to the right. Those blocks are fake. If that block's moving, you can't actually see it. I don't think there's any dangerous enemies over here, but it's just like, it saves you a few seconds instead of walking all the way around. And the thing is, you can't walk on these blocks at all. Like, they're not solid in any way. You'll just fall through them immediately. So you just fall through there, and then you turn around and start walking back to the right. I might not have enough health for this. I got a save state not too far back, though. So there's I'm gonna pause it so you can see. So you probably can't see it that well, but there's an invisible enemy right here. You can kind of see this green shadow right here on top of the spikes. That's indicating that it's there. This is another enemy that you cannot do any damage to it until you've touched it. So you have to tank the hit from this thing. There's no way around it. And it does 10 damage per hit. Now, there is another one. You can just barely see the outline for it. It's right here. It's kind of an orange-brownish outline here at the bottom of this block. That's the only indication that it's here. This enemy, however, is vulnerable without touching it. So you can actually just shoot it and it dies. You'll keep walking to the left. And I'm going to pause it again. You can kind of see the outline again. Just one step left to the end. There's another invisible enemy. This one, again, can be killed without having to touch it first. So just do that. Take it out. Walk on past. You don't take damage from all of them, because they all do a lot of damage, and you don't want to take that much damage. Now, one thing that's important here, at this point, you don't need the wings. But you do need to be on the crossbow. And you want to do this at the top of the ladder, because just like the Matic, or just like the glove if you were using Zem, you have to be holding the A button to make it function. So you do it from the top of the ladder here. If you were to walk down and do it, you have to do a full jump in order to get this to trigger. Like if you walk all the way down to the bottom, you're stuck. You can't go anywhere. You have to jump. You lose some time doing it. So you want to switch to the crossbow at the top of the ladder here, and then hit A before walking down the ladder. That way you do your jump, it doesn't actually take any time, and you can just push this block when you get to the bottom. So I'm going to go off the screen once here. So this block has a kind of a weird way you need to set it up. Because it's not just hit it and then hold right. As a side note, use the key wand for these doors. Yeah, that's why you don't want to just hold right, because if you do that in that exact manner where you just stay as far right as possible and let the block bounce off you, it's always going to land in this position. And if you don't have any magic left, well, you're screwed because I wasn't managing things that as well as I could have been. So we'll just reload the save state, which isn't that far back. So just gonna walk back to that area. A little bit of a loss, not a big deal though. Get up there, Mena. Was like 1 pixel too far. Okay, so this time I'm actually going to show you how to do that block correctly. I should have made a save state before even doing it, but I didn't. Walk that magic. Ooh, took 2 hits that time. Doki Doki Panic. No, no, no. This is Legacy of the Wizard, aka Dragon Slayer 4. I didn't show how to do that correctly. Okay, so to do this block correctly, a little concerned with my key count and magic count here. Crap, yeah, I can't do that. Alright, so I'm gonna just do this. Normally you don't use this in, I'm just doing this so I can get all my magic back. Yeah, so the reason why that happens, or at least the reason I understand anyway, why that actually happens is because iframes are basically on a global timer, and every X number of frames, it just checks to see if you've... Like, if you take a hit, it lasts until... Your iframes last until that global timer finishes. If you happen to catch it on the last couple frames of it, you only get like a couple... You'll get like 2 or 3 frames of iframes, and you'll immediately take another hit. If you, however, hit at the beginning of the timer for it, you can sometimes walk through an entire enemy with only taking 1 hit. At least that's my understanding of why it works. Or why it works that way, I should say. So, this block, I'm actually going to show it correctly this time. The way you do this is you push it, and you just sit on the left side. Just like so. You push it, stay all the way over on the left. And then move to the right after it's done the first one. You then want to switch to the key wand, so you're using your magic and not your keys. And then you can just stand all the way over to the right for the second one. You need to stand that 1 block to the left so it lands in this position instead of landing in the position that it did before, where it stopped right... Oh, crap, I didn't fall down there. I'll use my mouse cursor for this. Last time it stopped right here, whereas if you just stand left by 1 square for that just that one iteration, it caused it to stop here, which is a much better position because now you don't have to push it again. Switch to the wings to walk across these, and then take them off when you get over here, so you can just fall down these stairs. Try not to die to that enemy. And then here's the inn you're actually going to be using. And this time you are going to be changing items. And unless you're going for a world record run, you're going to be picking up 2 items. If you're gunning for like the record or something, you would do this and then leave. You'd just be unequipping the crossbow because you don't need it anymore, and you'd be going into the boss with key wand, power knuckle, and wings, because the wings are the fastest way to get out of this little inn here. However, We're not going to be doing... If you're not gunning for the record and you just want to try and actually finish runs, the way you want to do this inventory is you walk up and you grab the elixir first, and then you'll grab the power knuckle, and you'll be leaving both the wings and the crossbow behind. Because you don't actually need the wings because pause jumping exists. So you're going to come out of the inn, you're going to jump. And you're going to pause jump out of it. So when you fall into the inn, if you just fall on the thing and hold up, you'll enter the inn on the first frame possible. And the nice thing about this is that you can jump immediately out of that. It counts as a pause jump when you go in and out of the inn. So you can use that to basically get a little extra height on the jump to get back up here, and you can actually get it in one pause jump instead of two. If you touch the ground, though, you'll need two pause jumps to get up. And again, a quick recap on what pause jumping is for people who just came in. The way you pause jump is you jump, you pause the game once, and you let yourself move by at least one frame. You have to let that frame lapse or you will not be able to do the jump, and you'll have to do a third pause. You then just repause, and when you come out of it, you just hold jump, and you'll automatically do a second jump. It works everywhere with every character. Don't mind me getting off camera. I'm leaning back in my chair because I'm trying to get comfy. But yeah, that's pause jumping. Oh wow, I got up there. So anyway, you stay that you're in. You're full on health. You're full on magic. You've got your equipment. You've got your elixir. You got your safety elixir. You fall down here. The actual path to go is right above this enemy. You can see this little ball, this little dot here that doesn't really do, that blends in pretty dang well. I think that's its eye or something. I don't know. But it's another enemy. You can't damage it until... You can't actually damage it until you touch it. Hopefully you only take one hit. I took two. But then you're just gonna fall down there and then move over to and just walk over to the left. I'm running low on keys. Normally you should have enough keys at this point that you can just burn a bunch of your standard keys instead of burning a bunch of magic. I don't this time, so I'm just gonna burn key. I'm gonna switch the key stick. You can switch at any time though. It doesn't actually matter. So I need to once again point out, there is an invisible enemy right here. It's hidden behind this door. You cannot see it. You also cannot damage it until you physically touch it. If it keeps going to the right, you don't necessarily need to kill it. If it, however, doubles back and tries to come for you, take it out so you don't take too many hits. Ugh, God, I shouldn't be this tired. Anyway, so we're now at the crown. I showed this to you at the very beginning of the area. I showed it to you from the left side. I showed it to you from this side. We are now physically at the crown. When you get over to this position before these last two doors, switch over to the power knuckle and just fire down a couple times to take those enemies out so you don't take hits going into the boss fight. But switch back to the elixir before going in. Kind of wish I'd actually made a save state before coming in here, but we'll do one as soon as I get in. Should be fine. We'll just put it here. Ooh, didn't want that. Oh! Huh. I have legit never seen him jump up there before. So, we can jump off of enemies. This is kind of a funny fact. You've seen me jump off of enemies before. You can use it as platforms. Enemies can use you as a platform as well. And this includes bosses. So, Rock Guy had jumped up and I was sticking out just far enough that he jumped into me and then was able to use me as a platform and he jumped again. I don't know. I've never actually tried it. I've never needed to. We can test that theory though. Let me go over here. I don't think you can, actually. You try it like this. No, you can't. You actually cannot pause jump in boss rooms. You shouldn't need to, though. There's no actual point where it's actually that it is going to be helpful for the speed run. The only thing that sucks is I made that save thing in kind of a bad spot. So the big thing here is you, A, don't want to be taking hits from Rock Gaia at all. Either his shots or from his body. They all do 40 damage a hit. So the way this fight goes, normally you would be holding right. When you come in... Let's switch to this music. You start here. If you just hold right as you're coming in, you'll actually land on this platform. You won't actually hit this. You won't bounce. You'll land straight over here. So make sure when you're coming in, you're always holding right. Don't pause. Don't do anything like that. Just hold right. You're going to jump over, get over to here. And you want to clear out all of these shots. And you kind of have to play a little dangerous here. You want to fall down. You want to get yourself into this little gap right here. And this is one of the big reasons why you don't want to bonk over here. You actually want to get over here as fast as possible. You want to get over here, clear those shots, and then as he's moving back to the right, you fall down and just drop into this position. In this spot, Rock Gaia cannot physically touch you. He can hit you with his shots, but his body will never touch you here. And it's kind of a little safe spot, and it puts you in a really good position to do damage. However, if you take a hit before you get into this position, you'll want to stay on your elixir. So now I'm in the position, I haven't taken a hit. In this case, you can take one hit without dying. You want to actually switch over to the power knuckle and just mash until he's dead. Normally, so a lot of times the RNG will have him stay over here, and you'll actually just kill him right in this position here. And once he's dead, you want to switch back to the elixir, because he's going to keep firing shots as he dies. And if those shots kill you after he's dead, ties go to the boss. You will die. So we just get into the spot, switch to the power knuckle, mash him down, switch back to the elixir so you don't get killed. Now, a different way of handling this, if you come in here, either with really low health because the enemy's beforehand, or you accidentally tank a hit here. Not quite how I wanted to do that. So, you tank a hit, you end up down here. It's not quite what I was trying to show here. It's kind of what I was trying to show, but not quite. Just like that. That's what I wanted to show. So if you get down here, and you've already taken a hit, and you can't take another one without dying, stay on the elixir. Just mash your shots until you inevitably probably get hit. You'll take the refill. You can now take 2 full hits without dying. Switch back to the power knuckle, and mash. As long as you're full health, you're not really in a lot of danger of dying to his shots after he dies. Oh, the shield was absolutely intended for a lot of boss fights. I can safely say that. But the speedrun just has no good way of getting to it. You can only get to it with one character, and it's not in it's not in their own area, and it costs 95 gold. So getting the shield is not an option for the speedrun, but you are right, it is absolutely intended. So yeah, if you're just starting out, grab that elixir in Zem's area, bring it into the Rock Gaia fight because it's much better to be safe and finish runs than it is to continuously die because that boss just doesn't want to cooperate. It was free in the MSX version. Well, that's a cheaty version then. We only take our shields at 95 gold. Okay, So, last little leg here. This is leading to the end of the game. This is taking longer than I was expecting to explain this, but the manipulation is going to come right after this. Probably, hopefully, only take about the same amount of time. So, for this last little leg, you are going to select Roas. This is the only point in the game that Roas is useful for anything. Oh, it's in... I don't remember. If you can't, it's not a big deal. Like, I legit don't remember if you can actually just hold the button or not. Either way, for Roas, you're going to be equipping only 2 items. You equip the crystal ball that we picked up at the beginning of the game, and 1 of the crowns. Roas is the only character that can equip crowns. And you won't, even though you have 4 of them, you only need 1 to actually use them. For some reason, it requires that you have 4 in order to use 1. Don't question why, it just is. Now, whether you're manipulating or not, you're only going to go with these 2 pieces of equipment. It does not matter. The Power Knuckle's not really useful enough to waste the extra 3 or so seconds it takes to walk over and grab the stupid thing. And if you're manipulating, you don't really need to... If you're manipulating, you don't need the Power Knuckle to do the manip that we will be doing. But I'll show that off in the next pass through. But again, Roas has the same jump height as Mena, so you have to wait for this enemy to come over here. You just drop down. Roas' shots do the same damage as Lil's shots. They only do 1 damage, but he can have 3 of them on screen at a time. So make note of that. At this point, I'm going to show you a route that doesn't involve needing any more money for the rest of the game. You'll use the last of what you needed to in Mena's area. You can also optionally decide to forego the last trip back to the house and use an inn instead, which has the advantage of you having a little more life walking into the final boss fight. The disadvantage of you can't reset the manipulation, so it might actually take you longer to get there. So with Roas here, Roas doesn't have his own dedicated area, but what we're going to do is we're going to head over to Lil's area, because that's actually where we need to go. And Roas can just barely make this jump without the spring shoes. No, we're not getting the spring shoes either. You can buy one in Lil's area, or you can find one in Mena's area. That one room you saw with like all the locked doors at the very top of it. There was like 60 locked doors you have to go through. The spring shoes are past those, and you don't want to have to deal with that. Mummy, please get out of here. But we're going to be going back into Lil's area. The intended way is not what I'm going to be showing you, because that's a really long and convoluted way that we are not doing. Instead, we're going to take a shortcut, because pause jumping exists. We're going to go through this room. You just jump up over those blocks, you jump to the right. Use the enemies for a boost to get up on top of these blocks here. If the enemies are uncooperative and decide that they don't want to help you get up here, you can also optionally pause jump it. I did that wrong. I paused too early. You can just pause jump to get up there if you need to. If the enemies are cooperative, though, you can just bounce off of them. It's fine. So we're going to come over to this pillar here. You saw me in this... Oh, God. I need to stop yawning. You saw me in this area earlier. With Lil, I used that inn over there on the left. We used this inn right before heading off to the boss. But this time we're going to come up on the right side. You can make this jump with Roas. For some reason it's high enough, even though technically it is too high for him to jump. But because the screen transition does weird things with heights, you can get up here. You want to actually touch this lion and then kind of ride it. Because the lion can jump, like you just saw. The lion can jump, and if it does jump, it saves you a pause jump, which is basically a 4-second time save. But once the lion has fallen and you're no longer able to pause jump off of it, what you're gonna do is you're just gonna start pause jumping up this pillar. Like you're literally just gonna do nothing but pause jumps. Depending on the situation, it might be faster to land on that platform and re-jump instead of just pause jumping up. But it depends on where you enter the room at. If you like just barely can't make it onto the platform, like if your height ends up being like right here, when you get onto the screen, it's actually not worth it to jump onto the platform anymore. But you're just gonna pause jump all the way up the pillar. That might be too low. Oh no, it wasn't. All right, so you just pause jump all the way up, you land on the top, boom, you're done. You just skipped an entire puzzle. So this is the picture here. You've seen these pictures around in many places. Crap. I wasn't looking at the screen, I was looking at Amarek, which has a huge input delay. So again, you've seen these pictures here. This is a picture of the princess. These are your warp panels. When you have the crown equipped, if you're standing directly below one and you hold up, you will go straight into the picture and it'll warp you to a different location. There is something of note, and I should probably go back and show that real quick. You put a save state here. Just something I want to make note of right at the beginning, right before you come into this area. There's a picture here as well. Right here. If you hold up, when you go into this picture, it takes you to here. This is Mayna's area. And technically this is Zem's area. This is actually a key wand that only Lil can pick up, to my knowledge. And I forget what this is. That's a mimic. That's a very damaging mimic too. But if you accidentally go through that picture, you are stuck here, and your way out is death. My way out is through reloading with save state. But just be mindful on that picture. Do not hold up when you try to make the jump into Lil's area. Because it takes you somewhere you don't want to be. This is the picture, however, you do want to use. There's a whole long, convoluted process where you would normally go all the way down by the volcano that we passed when we were heading to buy the Matic at the beginning, where we picked up the wings, where we picked up the big key. Right at the beginning of the game when we were still using Lil. You take a long, convoluted path that usually involves using the spring shoes to get up to it. And it will eventually pop you out right. The actual exit location for the last picture is like right about here, so you just fall right on the top of the pillar. We bypassed literally that entire puzzle, and I believe that puzzle takes like a full minute or more to go do. I forget exactly, but this is the only picture that actually matters, because this leads to the Dragon Slayer. We just picked it up, we now have the sword, we can actually engage the final boss. I'm going to show you what happens if you go through this picture here. Normally, this is where we use the crystal. And you absolutely want to use the crystal, because if you go through this picture, now you're in Pochi's area. And you are deep in Pochi's area. Like, to give you an idea, this is where we were when we went to, like this area right here. This is the false block that leads up to where Pochi's crown is. Yes, Jiggly-san is right. If you the last picture in that puzzle, before the one that takes you to the Dragon Slayer, if you aren't holding left, you just fall straight down the pillar, and you have to redo the whole puzzle. It's great. This picture here, right after the Dragon Slayer, is also a troll because we're so deep in Pochi's area that you don't ever want to deal with this. This takes a couple of minutes to walk out of. You don't want to deal with it, so just do yourself a favor. Use the crystal you got at the beginning of the game. Crystal just brings you all the way back to the beginning. Like, literally just brings you all the way back to... Just teleports you back to the forest here. And it's kind of your choice at this point. You can choose to either... you can choose to just go back in. And you can use an in on the way to the final boss. And you'll get a refill from it. And you can hook up the Dragon Slayer there. Or, if you're doing manipulation, which I'll show you... I'll show you after this I'll show you in the next pass. If you're doing manipulation, you would reset the RNG here, reselect Roas, and you're only going to select one item out of this. You're not going to bother grabbing anything else. You're actually just going to grab the Dragon Slayer, and that is all you're equipping. The Dragon Slayer by itself literally does nothing. It doesn't increase his attack power, it doesn't give him like bonus damage or bonus distance on his shots or jump height or anything like that. It literally just triggers the final boss. It activates it, and that's it. But going back to the house is a little bit safer, because if something happens on the final boss, if you happen to die to it, you will restart after having picked up the Dragon Slayer and won't have to redo that whole section. In addition, if you're aiming to do manipulations... Hey, Mora. If you're doing manipulations, it allows you to reset the RNG. You can get double scrolls going down here, and allows you to get to the final boss on average faster than if you... it is actually faster than just walking all the way there without manipulation, but not going back to the house. This is true. It also gives you the it also has the function of not allowing you to use the power knuckle. You are definitely not wrong on that. So we just have to head back to the hub. That's where the final boss is. It's the dragon that I pointed out before. Now, if you're doing scroll manipulation, you actually can make this jump over this enemy. You can just jump straight over it. You won't take any hits, which is good because it does 10 damage. If, however, you decide you don't want to go back to the house and you just want to go straight in here and rely on some luck, and maybe you'll get a lucky scroll on the way. By the way, nice poison that they all just dropped. A nice scroll in the wall. Thanks, game. Good job. But if you're going to use an inn before fighting the final boss, you use this inn right here. And you will want to have, obviously, 10 gold, so you can use it. You would just walk back into the dungeon, you'd walk all the way here, and you would just equip the Dragon Slayer here, and then pop back out. Now, the big thing here is you want to come in from the left side. You don't want to come in from the right, because it puts you farther away from the final boss. I'm actually going to make another save state here. So I'm going to show you what happens if you come in from the right side. Because there's 2 trigger tiles for this. Depending on... Or more accurately, it's a screen position. It's actually a screen position that does it. And as long as the screen is on a very specific pixel, you will trigger this boss fight. If you're coming from the right, however, it starts you way the heck over here. And the strat for the boss fight does not want you being a good distance away. So the problem with this start position is that the dragon starts all the way on the right. You want to get underneath him. And sometimes it'll let you, sometimes it won't. I'll do this, I can do this like one or two more times. Sometimes you just won't be able to get under it. He'll actually fire his fire breath a little earlier. I'm just gonna delay a little bit just to change up the RNG. So I'm going to try and walk over. He's going to miss me with the fire again. He won't breathe fire if you're too close, by the way. Like, it's a weird kind of dynamic. Most of the time when you try to walk in, though, you're just going to get hit with fire. And he's not going to let you in. But that's why you don't want to be on the... That's why you don't want to come in from the right. I'll try it one more time to see if I can actually get him to do it. Well, he's being... Oh, no, that time I didn't make it in. He actually breathed the fire just a little bit early, and I wasn't able to actually walk underneath him. And the strat for this is you walk underneath him and mash. So instead, you want to come in from the left side. Because that puts you right underneath him. And you'll always get underneath him this way. You just get underneath him and you mash, you mash, you mash, you mash, you mash. However, don't kill it. Don't kill him while you're still underneath him, because as I mentioned earlier, ties go to the boss, and Keela's dead body has an active hitbox that does 10 damage per frame that you're in contact with it. So if you kill him while you're still underneath it, you just instantly die. So the way the fight actually goes is you walk in, you walk underneath him, you mash, just tank the hits, and when you reach about 10 life left on the dragon, when you reach about, I mean, I have 8 bars left. When the top bars get down to, you have like 1 bar left, and you're just mashing through it. That's when you want to pull it. Note, on this side of the screen, you are 100% safe. The dragon never comes over this far. He will only go about halfway across the screen and then fly back to that side. So you can always take a break over here if like you're running low on life and you need to get out of the way. You can always come over this far. You just kind of lure him over. And then he's just going to fly back. Like, this position here, anywhere from here on over, is perfectly safe. You will never, the dragon will never hit you here. But once you get it down to this low life, you just want to kind of do hit and run. You walk in, fire a bunch of shots, and then, I need to get into it. It didn't let me into it. Crap. So I don't have control anymore, and the power pack won't let me actually get into my save states anymore. So I actually have to reset. So yeah, one more time, I'm just going to show it to you real quick. This time I'm going to do the thing in full speed instead of pulling out and showing you, you know, safety. Just walk in, come from the left, mash. My mashing's pretty bad right now. As soon as you get him down to about 10 health, ow, that was a lot of damage. You just do that. Oh yeah, he will. He absolutely will. I can show that too. But just mash him down a little bit. So we're gonna let him fly back over. We're gonna walk in too close. He's gonna land. See, he will immediately drop what he is doing to breathe fire on you if you're standing in the trigger, if you're standing in the range. But if you're too close, that's not in range. Oh, I got hit by it because the hitbox on that fire is actually bigger than it appears. So keep that in mind. So one more time, in full speed. Mash him down to about 10 health. And he's going to do some hit and run. And then just keep doing that. You can kind of lock him in place in that last position. He'll stay all the way on the left, and he'll just keep dropping back down to shoot fire. You just fire off like 2 shots and jump out. You shouldn't usually get hit by the fire. But at the beginning, you're just going to tank damage. Like, he does do 10 damage, but you damage him faster than he damages you. You get him down to about 10 health. Sometimes you can get a little bit lower if you're good. And you just pull out, do a couple of hit and runs, and that should be the end of the fight. Simple as that. And that is the end of the game. That is how you get through that is the path you will be taking through the game. Now, I am going to be focusing on the RNG manipulation. Because, as most of you probably know, this run has manipulation to obtain scrolls, which, as you saw me pick up earlier, increase your movement speed. That speed stacks. That speed stacks up to a maximum of 5. There's effectively 5 speeds. You have just no scrolls, and you have scroll speed 1, scroll speed 2, scroll speed 3, and scroll speed 4. Each one increases your movement by 1 pixel per frame. Your base movement is 1 pixel per frame. The first scroll puts it up to 2, second scroll puts it up to 3, third scroll puts it up to 4. The scroll speed 4, however, can only happen when you have scroll speed 3 already and you pick up a scroll from a chest. It's specifically from a chest. Like, it is specifically from when you pick up a chest. And that scroll speed actually boosts it by 2 extra pixels, so you move at 6 pixels per frame. If that sounds uncontrollable, it is. Just trust me on that. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get into that part of the tutorial. And I'm not going to show all of the area. I'm not going to show, like, entire areas this time around. I'm not actually going to show the entire areas. I'm just going to focus on showing the manipulation, though I do need to get a save state remade for the beginning of Pochi's area. So, when it comes to manipulation, the biggest thing to remember, you have to talk to the old man over here. This is the guy you enter your password with. That is how this game creates save files. Effectively, you just get a 32-character password that you have to enter in to reload your save file. Keeps track of bosses killed, keeps track of crowns collected, keeps track of all the items you've collected, all the chests you picked up, stuff like that. But you don't actually have to enter a password. You just go into You're just going to go into the password menu, you hit start. You hear that noise? If you hear that noise, you did it correctly, you just hit start. Because it's trying to enter a password that's invalid. For some reason, this resets the RNG. Don't ask me why, it just does. But you hit start, you make the noise, it resets the RNG, then you hit select, and it just cancels out of the password menu. Now, note, if you're playing on Power Pack, start and select is the default mapping to put you into this menu. So be mindful of that. You'll have to space out your start and your select hit a little bit more. Because normally when I do it, if I'm on if I'm on actual cart, I just do start select real quick. Like it's just literally one after the other. But sometimes it'll register both at the same time. So just be mindful of that if you're playing this on Power Pack. I don't know about EverDrive. I don't know about the button mappings on that. So I can't comment on that at all. But anyway, you've gone in and out of the password menu. You've reset the RNG. We're going to pick Lil. She's still going to be the first character. We're taking the same path through the game. We're just going to walk her over. You still don't have any items. And I am going to make a save state right here because I need this one here for the moment. So, as long as you're in this forest, the RNG is not moving. There's no enemies out here. There's nothing actually in this area that can physically advance the RNG. You can do basically whatever you want, and there's no consequences. Once you enter the dungeon, however, the enemy's movement called the RNG. So you need... all this manipulation is very, very, very precise. So you have to do everything basically exactly as I explain it, or as I show it, or you will get off manipulation very, very quickly. So the first thing you're going to do, you walk into the dungeon, you kill this first enemy. Since you're too low on keys, you're going to get a key every time. And then you're going to wait. You actually want to delay killing this enemy until that spider spawns. You're going to get 2 kills here. I did not get the right RNG because I actually killed the spider a bit too late. So we're going to do it again. So you grab the key, and you're just going to follow this enemy. I usually just prefer to stand myself roughly here. I didn't want to go into that menu. So I want to stand... I generally position myself halfway across this crack between the blocks here. This puts me at a position where your bullets will hit at roughly the points where you want them to. Yeah, I knew I wasn't going to get that. There is no real 100% category for this game. I mean, there is and there isn't. 100% would just be make sure you collect one of every item, but nobody's ever really routed it. Okay, so if I can actually do this right and show this off properly. So you stand on this crack, you see the spider, you shoot, you kill them both. That is not the right RNG. Why are you giving me 2 keys? Oh, right, I remember why. I know what the problem here is. I'm being a moron. So you kill them both, you stand on top of them. You notice that time I got a key and I got 1 gold. So the reason for that is because the enemies die at slightly different times. And when the key spawns, I get that immediately. It puts me up to 2 keys, and then it's no longer going to force keys on me anymore. So you get the second one as gold. You know the manipulation is correct if you get gold as your second item. So spider spawns, you kill them both. Get that gold. You jump up here, you kill this guy. There is your scroll. Getting that gold was actually important because that called the RNG. And that advanced it just enough that you're going to get a scroll off of this guy instead. Otherwise, if you just, like, go over... Like, if you don't kill those 2 enemies... Like, you're going to need the keys anyway in order to get it. Like, if you just kill this guy, like, kill him early. And if you let the spider go wandering by... Kill the enemy in roughly the same spot... Money. So you need that money drop to happen or the RNG will be wrong. So again, kill the first enemy. Walk over here, follow this guy, get on this crack. Kill the spider when he spawns, you get both kills. Jump up here, kill this guy. There's your scroll. Now you're going to take this and you're going to start running to the right. You're just going to walk right off the screen. And this is a place where you're going to wait. Right about here. A glitch that lets you select ROAS by mashing buttons on the grandmother? No, we don't do that. There is no reason to actually do that. Okay, so your second scroll is going to come from this enemy right here. He has to walk back to the right and then start walking back to the left. Like, this is right when you want to start shooting. There's your scroll. I got it. I'm surprised I got it because I let my other scroll run out. But the way this all works, and I'll try and explain it as it happens. So again, stand on a crack, spider spawns, kill both of those, jump up, kill this guy, there's your scroll. Okay, let me make a save state here. I still have enough scroll speed, so this isn't a problem. So he walks to the left, he walks all the way to the right, and as soon as you can start hitting him, you just start firing until he dies. There's your scroll. I'm using Power Pack myself. It's basically a flash cart. I'm just using this so I can have save states, so I can show things a little bit easier rather than trying to do this on hardware. I would have done it on emulator, but the minor amount of input delay that you encounter on emulator is like 2 frames or something, is enough to throw off all of my movements in this, and I actually can't play the game well enough to show anything. So that's why I'm just doing everything on Power Pack, so I can accurately show all this. So again, you're going to walk into this room, he's going to walk all the way to the left, all the way to the right, and so as he walks back to the left, you just start shooting him. There's your scroll. Scroll number 2. I mean, personally, I'm only recommending the Power Pack because I have experience with it. Some people would recommend EverDrive. I don't know a lot about the EverDrive, though, because I've never actually used it. I can only recommend Power Pack because I'm familiar with it. I know it works, and it's lasted me quite a while. I've had this thing at least 4 or 5 years, and I've never had any problems with it. So that's my personal recommendation. Other people might recommend EverDrive. EverDrive does have a couple of advantages that I know of, like save states on a few games that you can't get on Power Pack because the mappers just aren't there. Oop, ran out of scroll speed. Okay, so you come into this room, Again, walks to the left, walks to the right. Shoot him till he dies, get your scroll. You're going to run to the right. You want to bonk up against this, right here. And I can't stress this enough. It is possible to continue the manipulation without bonking up against this, but it's very, very tight. And it actually just makes it harder. You want to run into this block for about a quarter second. You just want to, like if you're just doing it, you just walk up, you touch it, and then you jump. You could just jump beforehand, but it makes things a lot tighter and a lot less consistent. So you're better off just bonking into it for that split second. Just run over, bonk, then jump. And you're going to run through here. You're going to walk into this room. Okay, this is another important piece right here. This scorpion is your next indicator. The scorpion's going to run in from the right side. It's going to be running to the left. When it gets past this wall here, like this seam, effectively. When it gets past this point, you just immediately go back through the screen transition and then come back through it, just like that. You just hit left, go through the screen transition, hold right, come right back through it. You don't even want to let the enemies on this side spawn for even afraid. This is resetting all the spawn points in here, and this is going to get the enemies to act in the way you need them to act. So again, grab your scroll. You're going to bonk. I'm actually going to make another save state here. So you just wait for it to cross that seam, go through the transition, come back through the transition, and then this will happen. You'll come in, you'll kill that enemy, you'll kill that enemy. Just like that. You'll get those exact drops. So wait for the scorpion, gets past the seam, go through the screen transition, back through it, kill the first enemy, kill this enemy here. You want to backtrack a little bit. Backtrack to about this pillar. You just kill both enemies, and you just keep running to the right. Now, this is another thing that's important. This enemy right here that's standing next to me, that's chasing me now, he needs to go right. I'm going to show this again, but I'm going to be a little bit slower, and I'll show you what happens. So you know what to look for. I'm going to move a little bit slower. So he kept walking to the left. He walked past the end, then jumped back to the right. That means you're off manipulation. He needs to walk to the right after that. So what you need to do, you actually have to be quick about this. You kill these enemies, and you... Oh, crap, I missed that. My bad. Let's show that again. Kill the first enemy, kill the second one. Kill those two, and you just keep running to the right. You notice he did not walk past the inn this time. If he walks past the inn and then jumps after getting past it, you're off the manipulation. You can't continue it any longer. If he, however, turns around right before the inn and jumps, you're on the correct RNG. This is exactly where you need to be. So it's important that you get over here quickly, so that when you come through here, you kill this first enemy, you kill the second enemy, back up to the pillar, kill the other two enemies, then just jump and run to the right. Make sure you get over there fast enough. That way he turns around and runs to the right. That keeps you on the right RNG. So you then jump up onto this platform, and then onto this one, and then jump up to the chest, grab the money. The important thing is that you're grabbing the money here. You do need this. Then you're going to fall down. Well, I don't have scroll speed anymore. The scroll timer keeps running while I'm in the pause menu. That's why that keeps happening. So you jump up here, you grab the money, and you're just going to drop back down. You don't, however, want to hold right. That's actually another thing that's important here. You don't want to hold right because Lil will bonk, and that's going to throw the RNG off. Damn it, I did that wrong. Oops. Also, don't hold up at any point because you will automatically enter inns. Or shops. I was accidentally holding too much on up. Just walk past it, jump up, grab your money, land on the platform, then drop down, then kill this guy. He'll drop a key, and you pick up all this stuff. You get you get 2 bags of gold. This brings you up to 106 gold. It was important that you got those 2 money drops before picking up the chest money, because 106 is the magic number. Since you start with 50 and the chest money is worth 50, that brings you up to 56, or brings you up to 106, which is just enough to buy the Matic for 95 and then be able to stay at the end of Lil's area for 10. It gives you all the money you could possibly need just for that. So it's important that you get these drops all to happen in the right order. So one more time. Kill the first enemy, second one, back up to the pillar, kill both enemies. I didn't kill both enemies. Good job, me. I said one more time and then I screwed it up. Good job, me. So again, first enemy, second enemy, back up to the pillar, kill the other 2 enemies, run to the right fast enough so he does not go too far to the left, pick up your money, drop on the platform, drop down, kill him, grab your key, and then grab all those. And I'm going to make another save state here. I can put it on 2 for right now. Just going to jump through the transition. This room just do pretty much as fast as possible. You could jump a little earlier here, but you actually kind of want to bonk up against this platform again. Because if you jump too early, that happens. You bonk up against that messes up the RNG. So you kind of want to bonk up against this, so you jump up there instead. Then just keep running to the right. Down the ladder. I messed that up. I don't know how much time I have available to pause like this. That's why I'm a little concerned. Just going to make another save state here. You go down the ladder, land on this platform, and you're going to jump over, land on that one, and then just jump straight up to this crystal ball. These movements are kind of precise. I don't think you have the option... Crap, I did that wrong. I need to be holding left. So you can also optionally do that if you hit it just right. But you're moving so fast that it's actually kind of difficult to get into this little area here. And I think that throws off the RNG anyway. So I wouldn't recommend it. So you jump up here, you grab this. You're going to fall down here. That's not quite how you do that. This is another room that's going to be a bit on the confusing side. That's not the right RNG. So something of note right here. Let me kill this enemy to get him out of the way. When you jump up here, you don't want to be holding left. Because if you do, you'll always end up in that gap, and you just waste a bunch of time. You actually... Well, scroll speed wore off. You actually want to, instead of holding left, you want to neutral jump. You want to jump without holding a direction at all, and then hit left after you're in the air. Get down there a little. You just do it like that, you'll bonk your head off the ceiling there. And you won't actually go up in between the blocks or anything. So it's a lot better than doing that. Ooh, I messed that up. That is actually a really easy jump to mess up. If you do mess it up and you're trying for the manips, expect to fail that one a bunch. That's actually kind of difficult to do properly. So you're going to come over here. You need to wait for this guy to get back to roughly the middle of this platform. When you get over here, he's going to be walking to the right. He'll bonk up against this wall and then turn around. When he's in the middle of the platform, that is when you fall down. And you'll know if you got it right because the enemies at the bottom will give you a specific pattern. they'll do that. And when you kill them, you'll get a scroll. Oops, did that wrong. So again, drop down here, fall in the first block, jump up to that slightly raised block, grab your crystal, make your way over here, wait for him to be in the middle of the platform, drop down, kill the 2 enemies, get your scroll. Then you're going to move over to the right. Now this is where it gets kind of tricky. This here is actually where it gets a little bit tricky. This next scroll is kind of a pain in the ass to get, but this is honestly the most important one, because this is going to be the scroll that extends your scrolls just long enough to get to the chest scroll in Lil's area. And the chest scroll in Lil's area is kind of out of the way, and the scroll you just picked up, if you just go straight over there, if you run as fast as you can, you go straight to where the chest scroll is, you will actually make it to the chest before the scroll wears off. But during the chest open jingle, when it shows you what the item is and it plays that little tune, the scroll wears off during that tune. Like, I'm not even kidding. You get all the way there and you miss it by about 1 second. Also, everybody, please stay hydrated. I just realized I hadn't drank anything in like 3 hours, and I've been talking for 3 hours. So, what we're doing here, I'm going to re-show this one more time so I can actually explain it as I'm going. Oh, I did that early. I actually got over there quicker than I was expecting to. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. Kill those 2, get your scroll. Jump up here. Don't hold up like an idiot like I just did. Just gonna run over to the right here. If you did it right, you will bounce this enemy. Like, you'll jump right here, and you will bounce this enemy up. He'll jump off of you. So you know you're doing it right if that enemy bounces off you like that. I did that wrong again. This section is probably one of the most difficult out of any scroll manip in the game. Like, I honestly think this first manip is actually the hardest out of every one of them. So yeah, jump up, you'll bounce him, and you're going to walk over here to the right. Now, here's the important part. You need to stop right here and wait for a moment. You want to start moving when this tomato is halfway between these blocks. Like, he's going to walk over to the left, he's going to reach the end of the path, turn around, and you want to wait for this tomato to be about halfway between, then you jump off the screen. How much time does using non-intended characters for the crown area save? It depends on the area. Pochi's area, the big save is that using Lil, you can just take the shortcut towards the end. It saves you from going the long way. However, there's a problem with Pochi in that Pochi cannot do the manipulation properly. Pochi has such a low shot distance that you can't reach the first enemy at the right time to get a scroll off of them. So in Pochi's case, it's actually allowing us to do the manipulation when we otherwise wouldn't be able to, and it's allowing us to do a shortcut because we can break a block that Pochi can't. Zem's area is a little bit different. In theory, Zem's area is a little bit quicker with Zem if you know how to do it properly and can do things at task level speeds. We can't do that, obviously. But for Zem's area, the big thing is that Lil has much higher jumping ability than Zem does. So you can just bypass some of the puzzles that Zem would actually have to solve. In addition, since Zem can only push blocks and not break them, Lil bypasses puzzles that Zem would have to solve as well because she can just break the blocks instead of having to push them in certain directions. So I don't know the actual time savings on Zem's area, but it's substantial enough to use Lil there instead of Zem. older routes actually used to use Zem, and we do that area first, because Zem's area actually has a free Matic in it. So you wouldn't have to buy the one in Lil's area, and it would save you from doing literally all of Lil's area. You would literally just come in, pause, jump your way up the pillar, go straight to the boss, and be done with it. Yeah, a lot of people were in that position. A lot of people couldn't figure out how to use the glove properly. But like, for instance, older routes, as I mentioned, we use Zem first. We would go get the glove. We'd use the crystal that we picked up on the way to it to get back to the house. And then we would just go straight to Zem's area. And that would allow us to get a free Matic, so we wouldn't have to buy the one in Lil's area. And we just pause jump our way straight up and get the crown and just skip all of Lil's area. The issue with doing that was that we also were not getting we weren't getting the chest scroll, and more importantly, we weren't getting the free pair of wings. So we would have to buy the wings in Mayna's area, which induced a lot of extra pause jumping for Mayna. And it caused us to have to get a whole bunch of extra, and it basically put us in a position we had to get a bunch of extra money. And it actually ended up taking longer than this route. How long would family percent be? Ugh. So, if you're still doing manips and you're still allowing pause jumping, it wouldn't be awful. Like, Lil's area would be exactly the same. The only difference in Lil's area would be that you would want to pick up one extra chest down by where you buy the Matic, where you would be picking up the Fire Rod. The Fire Rod actually allows you to do the manipulation as Pochi. You physically can't do it without that. Starbird actually figured out that you can do the manip as Pochi if you have the Fire Rod, and only if you have the Fire Rod. So you could use Pochi and do that manip. You should, I think, be able to get all of the scrolls that way. Don't quote me on that, I haven't tested it. Zem's area, Zem can do the manip just fine. He has enough power in his attacks that he could actually hit all the manips properly. And he could get to Plaid on the chest scroll right before his area. Doing his area, however, is another thing, because there is a glitch with the glove. If you push a block and it's not going up against a wall, you can just mash the fire button and it will let you pass through the block and you take 1 damage. I don't know why it works, it just does. And you can use that to bypass a few puzzles near the beginning of it. But it only works if you have scroll speed. If you don't have scroll speed, you can't do it. So it's only really usable consistently at the beginning. And then the rest of it you'd have to do normally, and a lot of the puzzles in Zem's area actually take a bit to actually do properly. But anyway, that's getting a little off topic compared to what I was trying to do. I'm trying to explain scroll manipulations. So, going back to what I was saying about 5 minutes ago. So this area, you grab the scroll at the beginning of it, you run all the way over to the right side here. You're waiting for this tomato. You're waiting for this tomato. It needs to be on about this position. It needs to be halfway between this block and this block. At that point, you're going to just jump through the screen transition. My scroll ran out like 4 minutes ago, so I need to redo this. I waited too long there. I know I'm off my nip. This is another kind of tricky part. If you don't get directly on top of this, I believe it's a 4 pixel range, where it'll try to push you onto a block. If you don't get directly on top of it, it's basically about a 3-frame window. You won't be able to go down this ladder. It'll just push you off to one of the other sides. I'm gonna make a save state here. So there's your scroll. You run back across the room. You bounce that guy. Wait for your tomato, and you can come into this room. You're not killing anything in here. But it is actually important. I should make a save state in that room. So again, you're just waiting for that tomato to get halfway between. When it's at about this position, that's when you want to jump and leave the room. Right about there. It's like a very, very, very brief pause. You come in here, you just jump through everything. Now it's important that you brush up against this block here. You want to bonk into this. You'll jump up from here, and you'll land right on this platform. You need to brush up against this and then jump through that block. Sometimes you'll have iframes, sometimes you won't. You just have to deal with the hit. It's important because as you're falling, you need to break that block that you just saw on the right side. That block on the right side that you just saw, it's really hard to catch it because the room goes by so fast. Right there. That block has to break or something else, or you'll end up... Basically, you're going to get into this room, and if you did everything right but did not break that block, a bat will spawn down here, and that messes with the RNG. So you cannot let that bat spawn. By breaking that block, it more or less guarantees it's not going to happen. So you just come in here, you bonk up against this, you jump through it, you break the block, you fall down, you just bonk twice, and then keep running to the right. Now, this is another important part. This slug is your next indicator. I actually have to redo this section to show it properly. So right here, the slug just goes back and forth on these three tiles. The slug turns around at this point. You want to wait just long enough so the slug turns around, and then you jump up. I did it at the wrong time. The indicator is the Octorok up there. And yes, I'm calling it an Octorok. Zelda, please sue me. Go ahead. Your indicator is that Octorok that falls from here will be moving slowly and not quickly. If you've done everything right, you will have no bat spawn, you'll have the one enemy up here, and the Octorok will move very slowly over the ladder, drop down here, and then will drop down here. Now, you won't see that much, because you're going to leave the room long before that. Drop down, just hold right through this whole thing, climb the ladder, get on top of it. I did that wrong because I fell. Even I make mistakes with this. Like, even with as practiced as I am at this stuff, it's still super easy to make mistakes. Also, this room, if you make any mistakes and, like, land on a platform you didn't mean to or anything like that, don't worry, the RNG is basically not moving on this room. None of the enemies in this room actually call the RNG because they all have fixed movement paths. So it does move eventually. I don't know what causes it exactly, but it does move very, very, very slowly in that room. So you don't have to worry about being perfect through this section. At least for this room alone. So break the block, hold right, climb the ladder, slug turns around, you jump up, and you'll go through the screen transition as that. I should actually highlight it and show the mouse cursor when at the right time. Right here. So this is when you want to start moving. When this guy gets over the ladder, you want to immediately move to the right. You want to just walk right off the screen. This is the spawns you should be seeing come out. It'll be a slow-moving this guy, and I believe this guy's moving fast, but it shouldn't matter. You're only looking at the Octorok. The Octorok will be moving slowly. He'll move over the ladder. As soon as he goes over the ladder, you just immediately move to the right. I did that too fast. My bad. So again, wait for the slug, then jump up, and as soon as the Octorok is over the ladder, you move to the right. Move through the screen transition. Now, if you're on the correct RNG, you'll get in here. This orange guy will move down to the right into the ladder and then jump back up to the left. That is your indicator that you're on the correct RNG. So I'm trying to give you as many visual cues for this as possible so you know whether or not you're on the you're still on the manipulation. Because there's just so many moving parts of this and so many ways you can screw it up that having the visual cues to know when you're still on it is very, very helpful. So yeah, he'll move down to the right, then move back to the left and jump up there. You'll know, that's how you know you're on the right RNG. Now I actually need to make a save state this time because the next part of it is a little tricky. But this is the last little bit of this manipulation. Should be good to make a save state on. Let me just make it on 2. Yep, he'll be fine. I did it wrong. Just climb that ladder, you jump up here. So you want to kill the enemies right there. There's your scroll. Shoutouts to Dark Terex for finding that. Because I knew this scroll existed a long time ago, but I couldn't get it consistent. Dark Terex was the one who figured out how to get this scroll consistent. And this is the scroll that you need in order to be able to make it to the chest scroll without running out of scroll timer. So what you do is you climb the ladder, you just run over, drop down here. The important part here is that these enemies have to die basically on top of each other, or you have to kill the enemies roughly in the same spot as they overlap. But also important is that as you jump up here, when you jump up from this position, you fire once. There'll be a shot right there. And when you jump up from this position, you fire again. So just one. I did it wrong again. It's important that you do that so the first enemy will die at the right time. I can't stress that enough. If you do not kill that first enemy at the right time, if he dies later than the snake, because the snake has less HP than he does. If he dies later than the snake, you don't get the scroll. But if they're not overlapping when they die, you also won't get the scroll. So you jump up and you fire those 2 shots, and it hits that first enemy twice, which damages it enough to make sure it's going to die first. So again, climb the ladder, run to the right, shoot him twice. When they're overlapping, you kill them, and you get your scroll. It'll drop from the snake. Okay, so from here, I'm just going to show the rest of the stage. You're going to jump up, you're going to run over here, because I want to show you everything under scroll speed. So you're going to grab this potion. The big thing here is that you can jump off those enemies and actually make it all the way over those things. You don't have to pause jump up like I did before. You just run in. You're going to drop down. You'll open the chest automatically. You just hold right and you... I didn't pick up the chest because I jumped too soon. Good job, me. Haven't done that before. So you grab it. Jump off the skeletons, jump up to the top of the pillar, and you just hold right. You'll fall down through that chest, and there's your chest scroll. So now you're at scroll speed 4. This is... we have gone plaid. This is 6 pixels per frame. If you think it's uncontrollable, yes, you are right, it is. You need to kill both those enemies to get keys, then you jump up, you grab your wings. You attempt to jump back up here. The pixels probably won't line up. You don't need any help from this enemy over here. You can just jump straight up from this position here with this much scroll speed. I'll make a save state right before picking up the... God damn it, I didn't pick that up. Damn it, I wanted to pause the game right before that. Try to pause the game right before I pick up the chest so I don't actually grab it, and then I can make a save state. Plaid is the best speed. Alright, Alright, so right here. Okay, so now we've gone plaid. He's going to drop down here, just continue going straight down, then you go to the left through this one, down into this area. You kill 2 enemies, get your 2 keys. You're going to use 1 to open this chest to get the wings, and you jump back up. Also, I want to point out this one right here, this picture, this is intended to be the beginning of the Roas fetch quest for the Dragon Slayer. You have to come in here with the spring shoes, get a boost off of an enemy to get up here. And then you take this as your first one, and then you warp like 6 more frickin' times in order to get to the Dragon Slayer. It's annoying. Okay, so here we go. We again got plaid. We're gonna come through this area. You go left through that room, drop down into here, kill these 2 Christmas trees, get your keys, open the chest, grab your wings. Don't fall down there like I just did. Try to position yourself to get back up there. You're gonna jump from here and then around. You're gonna just do a jump out and around. You have so much speed, you can do this so easily. You jump up, you grab your big key. This is gonna put you back up to 20 keys. You try not to fall back down below like I just did. Crap, let's do that again. Trying to explain things and move at this speed is really difficult, by the way, so bear with me. Get up there, Lil. Jump around that, grab your keys, and you're going to jump across these platforms over to the other side. If you're lucky, one of these enemies will actually be on the left side here, and you can just use them as a stepping stool to get up here. If not, if the enemies leave, just walk off of this edge, walk off of that platform, and just do a single pause jump. You don't have to do it twice. Just walk off here, pause once, and you can pause jump out of it. The important thing here is that you get to this shop because you need to buy this Matic. Do that one more time. Also, ignore the controller sounds. I have a very loud controller. Get out of my way, turtle shell. This time, the enemy was cooperative. You just jump right off of him from the shop, buy your Matic, jump back out, and you just go the same way I showed you earlier, just at much faster speeds. Difference here, though, is that you do need to do a pause jump here. Just a single one. Right here, because you're moving so fast, if you just jump up, you physically cannot land in this hole. At least not every time. So the problem there is that you're moving at 6 pixels. Platforms or blocks in this game are 16 pixels wide, and if you don't hit the right frames, you can't physically get into those holes. Scroll speed 3 is a lot more helpful with that because you only move at 4 pixels per frame. You will always fall down holes at that point. Like, it's not even hard. But at this scroll speed, you cannot do that. So you actually want to line yourself up in that case. It is a very consistent way of doing that to make sure you can get through it. So I'm going to pause. I'm going to make another save state here on slot 1, please. Slot 1. Oh my god, save. Power Pack, please agree with me. So what you want to do is you're gonna get yourself into this position right here, and you're gonna hit left. You're gonna hit left, and then you're gonna jump. You're gonna land on top, and then you'll always fall in it. This is what this is doing: is it's lining you up, because that hole is 4 blocks to the left. So you need to move 24 pixels in order to get into that spot. At 6 pixels per frame, you can do that, but you have to be lined up perfectly. So you just hold left as you jump out of here. It'll line your pixels up. You just hold left, you jump out of it, you land on the platform, you'll fall in it every single time. Ideally, however, you actually want to go up high enough that you go off the top of the screen. So you notice I didn't get in at that time. It's because I was not holding left. You go off the top of the screen, and the reason for this is that skeleton down at the bottom. If you go off the top of the screen, he will respawn, and you'll land on him, and you won't bounce. Whereas if you do it from too low, he's usually not in the right place, and you'll bounce instead. It's a little bit faster to go off the top of the screen so you can land on top of him. And then from here, you're just backtracking through the first room, back to that first ladder you saw. And you go just straight up here. I can't believe I have this much scroll speed left. I didn't realize we had this much. I thought that pause was going to eat into too much of it. Get up there. Lil, get up there. And then basically you're just going to jump out of this little crevice here. You're going to jump right out, and then you're going to use the in. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Also, getting onto this ladder. If you fall off this ladder by going left or right, it is impossible to get back on it by normal means. You have to force yourself down this hole and then pause jump to do it. So don't do that. And when I say impossible, I actually mean impossible. You can't line your pixels up. So right here, you're just going to like inch out. You may end up falling. If you do, just jump off these blocks, and then you're going to go into the end. And from here to the end of the stage is the exact same as it was earlier when I showed you. You're just going to equip the Matic, and we're going to go kill Terratoons. We don't worry about scroll speed here, because at this point it's not going to do you much good, because a lot of the movement is either vertical, or you're waiting on doors or blocks to be broken or opened. And it wouldn't actually benefit you that much to carry scroll speed all the way here, because you don't, after mathing it out, you'd only really get benefit out of about, you get benefit out of like maybe 6 seconds of it, if that. And you would have to waste some time on each screen to make sure that all the enemies are moving in the patterns that you want them to be. Wow, I missed it. Hit that like every time earlier. Will you pause jump, please? I apparently can't pause jump. Cool. Crap. Don't fall down below here. Just don't do it. It's annoying to have to get back up on top. So yeah, if you want this to be more consistent, if you don't mind wasting the extra 2 seconds, just drop and do one pause jump. This is the easiest way to get across this. Don't be an idiot like me and always go for this stupid whatever frame window jump. Because I miss it often enough that it does waste a lot of time. The only reason this jump is hard is because Lil has such a high jump height. No. They're not solid. They're just fake blocks. That's all they are. Let me get back up there. Second one's fake too. Let me drop down here so I can actually respawn them properly. Like, I was holding up across that whole thing. If the blocks were solid but would disappear if you tried to walk into them, I could hold up and never trigger it. Both those blocks, however, are not solid. Okay, so anyway, I showed you earlier, drop onto this so you don't bounce, and you're going to grab your chest. I'm going to make another save state here. Because I didn't actually explain this boss very well earlier. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much the right explanation for it, I think. So you grab the crown. Like I said, this is an easy boss. You just jump your way up here. You can shoot some of the shots out of the way. You don't have to though. These only do 8 damage. Again, just jump up. You can shoot his shots out of the way. When he basically gets down to this point, when he crosses that threshold, so you can just fall on top of him, just fall on him, stay in his hitbox, mash. That's all you gotta do. That's literally all there is to that boss. Just wait for him to drop, just to move below you, fall on him, mash until he's dead. That's all it is. He doesn't do enough damage that you're in any real danger of dying because you had just used an in and got all your health back. Alright, so the next part of the manipulation. This is going to be Lil again, but we're going to be doing Pochi's area. This will actually let me reset my save state from earlier. So once again, we're going to choose the Elixir and the Matic. You can jump around like an idiot like I do right now, if you want. You don't have to. Put that there. Alright, so this manipulation works slightly differently. Namely, your scroll is going to come off this very first enemy. And this is going to happen on every single run in here. There's a scroll right there. You can, however, do this early or late. So if you come in and you fire too early, you kill it like a pixel too early, you will get money. If, however, you come in and you fire late... I think that was late. Nope, that was actually on time. I'm surprised. If you fire a little bit late, you get poison instead. That is how you can tell whether you're early or late. I don't know the frame window on this. It's probably only a couple of frames. But the scroll will appear basically halfway across this block is when he needs to die. So you can't just come in and mash immediately because he'll die before that point. Or it could give me the scroll anyway. That works too. Yeah, so I'm like 1 pixel early. The money's like slightly off center to the right. Whereas the scroll would be basically right on top of it. So you just delay a little bit, there's your scroll. That's how you can tell whether you're early or late, though. If you get money, you were early. If you get poison, you were late. I find this scroll much easier to get if you're using Lil without using the Power Knuckle, by the way. So you grab your first scroll, bounce off this guy's head, drop down here, turn to your left, shoot this guy when he's basically in this position. You can get it earlier than that, I think. If I remember correctly, anyway. Like, I think this one actually has a pretty big window on it. Okay, you can get it a little bit too early. You need to at least wait for him to kind of pass onto this platform. But you need to time it when you fall down afterwards anyway, so it's better to not kill him too early. I'll keep the save states on 1 from here on out. Just drop down, wait for him to get to the left side, then you do it. You'll get a scroll right there. You can't wait too long. This one's kind of a weird one. And there's not really any visual cues or anything for this, unfortunately. Oh, money? Okay, I killed him too late there. Okay, so that was the right pattern. The problem is here, you need to drop down to the bottom and get the right pattern from the enemies down there as well. And there's a very specific timing to it. If you do it too early, you get that pattern, where the green guy basically runs off to the right. And that's not a pattern you want. If you wait too long, however, he'll do the same thing, but instead just take off. If you get the pattern, basically if you get the pattern where the green one jumps to the right, you're not on the right RNG. See, like right there, I don't know if I was early or late on that one. It's hard to tell sometimes. That one I know I was late. That one was right. So there's a couple of frames in the middle there. And this is probably one of the hardest scrolls to do consistently. Or one of the hardest manips to do consistently. Strictly because you have to delay a little bit after picking up that scroll. But how long you delay is based on where you kill the stupid thing. It's like a little delay, and I get the right pattern. They move both to the, they're both moving to the left, which is exactly what you want to see. If I wait too long, you get the one where he goes to the right, and that's not usable. I wanted to actually do that one too early. Go too early. Oh wow, I got the right one. Weird. Too early, does the same thing. Like, it's such a weird one for this. The advantage is, however, let's say you do this. You go really early, or you go really late. You get the wrong pattern. Run back up the ladder. Go straight back to the house. Reset the RNG. You're going to go in, you'll reset the RNG, you'll equip your items. And you should still have scroll speed coming out of this. It'll last usually till about right here, but you need the scroll speed to wear off before you start the manipulation again. So you would just start the manipulation over. I got poisoned, so I was a little bit late. I swear the window for that changes a little bit sometimes. Like sometimes I get the poison when I think I should have gotten the scroll. So I'm not... Sometimes it's just a little weird and I'm not sure exactly why that happens, but it does happen. Be mindful of that. The window, I think, changes by a couple of frames now and again. Anyway, going back to what I was showing. Kill this. Delay slightly, fall down at the right time. Turn around, kill those two enemies. Oh wait, no. No, shit. I'm doing the wrong one here. I'm one manipulation ahead of myself. Whoops. Disregard everything I just said about this manipulation. So that's the manipulation I was just describing is the one you'll be doing later when you're going into Zem's area. This one, however, you're going to drop down. You're actually going to grab it and immediately fall down and just go to the right. This is effectively what it looks like. There's a scroll that might appear over there on the left. If not, it'll be on the right instead. You can see it right there. So yeah, kill this guy, fall down immediately for this one. You'll bounce there, you jump up here, you shoot him twice to just do a little bit of damage. That way you can kill him in one hit. Kill him as he's basically halfway across this block. Earlier is technically better because you can spawn the scroll on the left side instead of the right. Scroll might still be there, but it might not. No, it won't be. Okay, so kill him, drop down immediately. Shoot him twice. Wait for him to turn around. When he gets over to that block, you shoot him when he's halfway across it. Stand directly on top of the cross. That'll kill all the enemies instantly. If you did it early enough, you'll get the scroll over here. If you did it late, the scroll will be on the right side instead. Either way is acceptable. You just get, it's a little bit faster to get it over here because then you get your faster speed to move back across. Otherwise, you'll be coming across here on scroll speed 2, which is a little bit slower. So again, drop down, shoot him twice, shoot him as he's crossing that crossing that crack. Grab your scroll, you're gonna run to the right. Get a whole bunch of money. When you get into this room, just shoot a bunch of times, kill this guy, get his money as well. I'll explain this whole thing afterwards. Ah, I killed him early. I think I can still get the scroll, though. No, I can't. Okay. I think Terex actually found a faster scroll here, too, but I haven't really looked into it. Okay, this one I think is going to be the late one. Yep, so the scroll's going to be on the right side this time. Which is fine. So you're going to kill him, grab his money. Jump, fall down. You don't have to break that block this time. Jump over these enemies. You don't actually have to jump over those enemies. I just do it to not take a point of damage. You're also going to bounce off this block a little bit. You're going to bonk right off of this. And that sets you up properly for the manipulation here. Should be on the left side this time. Kill him, you'll get money. You drop down. Bounce, bounce, jump. So here, this is another area that this is another important thing. When you drop down here, you need to go all the way back, all the way down to the bottom. Do not just come down and try to go right into the hole. Your manipulation will be off. You want to come all the way down to the bottom here, and then jump up to walk into this. I'll put another save state closer to it so I don't have to keep redoing this whole section. That's going to be late. I think it's going to have forced poison this time. Nope, never mind. Okay, put the save state here. I don't think that was the right pattern. Oh, another thing to note. When you're in the middle of this crash, don't hold right. You actually want to land and then do a neutral jump. So you bonk off that platform properly. You just land, jump. So another thing here. So another important thing. You need to delay in this room as well. And this turtle shell is your indicator. It's going to start off when you come in. Because as soon as you come in, it spawns on the left side of this platform. You need to let it move to the right a little bit. Get out of the menu. Like, you're going to come in and you're just going to be holding right. You'll press up against this wall. This guy has to move a little bit to the right. Roughly, when he's moving when he's about halfway across the platform, you're safe to jump up. So wait, jump up there. So he'll be, by the time you get off the screen, he'll be slightly on the right side of the platform. That's when you need to be up there, because that keeps the RNG in the right spot. You'll get this pattern when you get into this room as well. So this guy in the middle will jump way over to the right. This other enemy will walk way to the right, and this other enemy will kind of hover over in this section here. And this is the last scroll you're going to be getting. So this is the end of the manipulation for this section. So you turn around, you fire at that guy 3 times. This is a lot to try and explain and not a lot of time to explain it. So you shoot him 3 times, you jump past the ladder and shoot 3 more times to kill him. I didn't kill the enemies properly. Good job, me. So you kill him, then you just kill those 2. There's your scroll. So again, you jump, you bonk, climb to the bottom of the ladder, wait for the turtle, shoot this guy 3 times, turn around, shoot him from over there, you'll get a money bag, and then when that guy hits the ground, you just start shooting, and there is your scroll again. Ooh, I jumped too early. This is why you have to wait for that turtle shell. Also, pick up that money while you're waiting for those drops to happen. While those 2 enemies are dying, grab the money, then go over there, grab those 2 drops. There is your scroll. Now you just go through this area just like I showed you earlier. You take this path through, except you're moving a lot faster. You don't have to do a weird jump right there. You're going to take less hits because you're moving faster. And your scroll will wear off somewhere in this room. I didn't do it right. And that is the entire thing. And if your movement is good enough, which mine isn't right now. Wow, good job, me. Holy crap. I keep doing that. I keep not waiting for the turtle. Waiting for the turtle is important. So again, because you're moving so fast, you actually are going to take less hits, which actually makes this area safer. Believe it or not. But if you do everything well, your scroll will wear off somewhere in this room. Sometimes it'll be at the beginning. Sometimes it'll be way at the end of it. If you get really lucky and that enemy is in this position right here, it makes this jump completely free. And then the rest of the stage is literally exactly the same as before. So I'm going to show you the whole thing all in one go. You shoot him halfway across that tile, you get your scroll there. Fall down, you get your scroll here, immediately fall down if you... I got gold. Good job, me. I misjumped there. So get your scroll, jump up here, fall down, kill him on the left side, grab your scroll, immediately fall down, jump over, shoot this guy twice to damage him a little bit, shoot him when he's on that crack. Get your cross. There'll be a scroll over here. If you don't get a scroll over here, there'll probably be a scroll over here instead. Kill this enemy. Just shoot him a whole bunch of times till you get it, so you get his money. Jump over this thing. Drop down into this area. Bounce twice. Stay still. Then jump. Bonk off that. Go to the bottom of the staircase. Wait on the turtle. Kill that enemy. Kill these 2 enemies when the one lands. There's your scroll. That is the whole manipulation. Hard to explain while I'm doing it because it all just goes so damn fast. And then you just run through the rest of the stage. Your scroll will wear off somewhere in here. Ow, that was a lot of damage. And then as I mentioned before, this is the Room of Danger. Those comets do 40 damage. If you get hit by one, you are dead, unless you get lucky and you get here with at least 41 health. This position here is mostly safe. You will usually see from the respawn. Come on, you. There he is. So you usually, as you're walking over here, if you do everything as fast as possible, you'll get to this position, and this enemy will be spawning as you get over here. This position right here is kind of safe. If you stand, however, right on top of this ladder, if it goes straight up, it'll probably hit you. If it goes diagonal, though, you don't want to be much farther over than this. So you actually can stand like halfway between the ladder and not on the ladder. And this guy pretty much can't hit you no matter what direction he goes. Wow, just had a fake sneeze. Allergies are kind of bothering me a little bit. So yeah, same as before, just equip your elixir. You're going to take the intentional death. I explained how to get up there earlier. Grab your crown. I didn't really explain this boss earlier, but there's not really a lot to explain. Basically, you just drop down, you're gonna bonk, and you pretty much just start mashing. Walk through him. Just stay right near him and keep firing. That's literally all you do with this boss. You don't ever jump, you don't do anything fancy, you just stay near him and keep firing, and he dies. He's not a hard boss. I think the save state should be right. Okay, good. This is at the beginning of Zem's area. So this one I'm not going to show the entire area this time. I'm just going to show to the end of the scroll speed, which is only about half of the section instead of the full thing. Now this one, you have a choice. You can do this with the Power Knuckle, but I find it easier to do without it. Because you only need one shot to kill that thing. You only need one shot to kill this thing, so you have to delay a little bit longer before you can fire if you want the scroll. It's very easy to come in, fire too early, and, well, you get money instead, and you don't want that. Fire too late, again, you get poison. That's how you know whether you're early or late. Personally, I find it easier to use the Matic for this. And you just fire 3 shots, because it seems to be more consistent to be able to get it on the right square. Or the right pixel. But that's personal preference. But you do absolutely want to re-equip the Power Knuckle afterwards. So I'm just going to do it with the Power Knuckle this time. We'll make another save state on 1. Oh, God, allergies are really starting to bother me. I hope I can get this done soon enough. So you drop down. This is the one I was talking about earlier. You wait for him to get on the left side. I got a scroll out of that. I need to actually show that. Not sure it's just how early you can be on this. We're going to find out, though. That's too early. That's going to be money. That is also money. I want to see just how early you can get this. Okay, scroll, basically, once he's halfway across this seam here, you can get the scroll. If you wait too long, though, if you wait for him to get all the way over to the left side of the platform, you'll get money again. And again, you don't want that. You want to scroll. So you wait till he's a bit past that seam, and you kill him. This is the one, however, that you need to delay a little bit before falling down below. And you're going to fall down on the left side. Now, I'm going to mention again, this is the beginning of Zem's area. This is the 3rd crown you're going after. We've already finished Pochi's area. You just got your 2nd crown. You've got your Power Knuckle. And that is what we are referring to here. We're going into Zem's area. So you kill him a little late. Get your scroll. You have to wait to drop down. And the delay here is really, really, really picky. Like, that was right. If you go immediately, though... Oh, okay, it gave it to me? Weird. shouldn't have done that. Yeah, if you go too early, you get that. If you go way too late, you basically get the same thing. That's a pattern I haven't seen before. Okay, sure. The crisscross. But yeah, go a little bit too early, you still get this pattern. You have to kind of go in between the two. And I don't really have a good cue for this. My best suggestion is to wait as long as possible to kill this thing. Get it kind of over on the left side here. Because that gives you that, because of that delay before killing him, it makes it a lot easier to get the pattern down here properly. See, that one was too fast. So you wait a little bit longer, grab it, fall down, there's your enemy. They're in the right pattern. They're both moving left, that's what you need to see. So you turn around, so when you get down here, what you're gonna do, you're gonna turn around, you're gonna kill those, you're gonna jump up and kill that guy as well. You need to kill those. Oh, that's not the right RNG. Wait, is that the right RNG? Maybe I'm wrong. No, that's the right RNG. So that is how you get a whole bunch of scrolls in that room. And it's really hard to describe all that as I'm doing it. But you need this pattern. You turn around and shoot both of those enemies to kill them. You jump up and shoot that enemy to kill it. Kill the red enemy, then the green enemy, then the red enemy. And then the tomato at the edge of the platform, basically. Ooh, that was too late. I got money. Just like that. And you'll get a scroll off of this guy as well. That is what boosts you up to scroll speed 3. So again, kill the red enemy, kill the green enemy, red wizard, and then red tomato. And there's your scroll. And you're going to come in there, you just basically kill that knight as soon as you possibly can, and you'll get a cross. So just like this, kill the enemies in this exact order. You get your scroll. I'm going to make a save state here, which should be fine. Come in here, immediately kill this guy. You'll get a cross. You'll get another scroll right there, along with some money. You're going to drop down here. You'll switch to your switch to the Maddox. You can go into shop. You're going to buy the key wand, and you just drop down below. There's a better way of doing that, and I didn't do it. Grab your key wand. You want to actually drop from up here. You want to drop down to this platform before doing it. If you just keep running, you're going to actually fall way too far and you'll actually bounce. So you just walk off the edge, you'll bounce right there. That's why you want to just kind of drop to here first, and then drop the rest of the way. You have to bounce down here, it doesn't matter. And then once again, you will have gone plaid. But that's all there is to this manipulation. This is actually a fairly simple one. And the whole goal is basically just to get you to Plaid. And then you're just going to rush through Zem's area at supersonic speeds. Not really a lot to explain about this. You're just going fast, and it's just something you'll have to get used to, basically. Path does not change from the way I explained it earlier. The only thing that really does change is this part right here. So you can actually just do this instead of having to pause, jump up, and break those blocks. You still do, regardless of whether you're manipulating though, you still have to pause jump to hit this one. Like, no matter what you do, you've got to do it. You still have scroll speed though. You can jump off of this ladder up into this area. And you'll actually take that path, and I'll actually show that real quick. Try and do this without making too many mistakes so that scroll speed actually lasts long enough. I think this should be good enough. Oh God, I'm getting hungry again. Body, please. I have a tutorial to finish. So yeah, you'll break this block open, and then as soon as you get on the other side, you're just going to kind of cling to the ladder, and you can jump off it and get up in here. And then that's basically it. That's all there is for that manipulation. If you're really good, I've had the scroll wear off basically as I'm entering this room. More often than not, you're going to lose it somewhere in that previous room. So now just to show the entire manipulation all in one go. Was willing to just walk it because that bat was in the way. By the way, if you think this is, like, uncontrollable, it is. I'm not even joking. This is ridiculously hard to control. Probably isn't going to be fast enough to get all the way through the room, but it should get me most of the way through. Got to about that point. That's pretty average. So yeah, that's the entire manipulation for Zem's area. It's only difficult when you're scroll manipulating, when you're at Plaid. Below that, it's not so bad. Alright, so next one, this is Mana. This is going to be as we're entering Mana's area. Mena is basically the exact same manipulation I just did, just you don't have the power knuckle for it. So the first scroll is exactly the same, you just need to use 2 shots to get it. And it's the same thing here, you just wait for it to get to the left side of the platform. You want these enemies to be moving left, you'd use 2 shots this time to do this instead of 1. Like, the big difference here is that Lil will be using the power knuckle, and the power knuckle basically is basically damage 4. Mena only has a power of 2, but she can have 2 shots on screen, so you just do that to basically make up for the extra damage. So I'm just going to show it off and then I'll kind of explain things. There's 1 extra scroll on this one, and it's right there. So, the beginning is exactly the same as the one you just watched for Zem's area. Same thing with this one. You kill it on the left side of the platform, drop down at the right time, you'll get this pattern. Shoot twice to kill those, shoot twice to kill that guy. Kill the red one, the green one, the red one, and then just mash until you kill the red tomato, you'll get your scroll. Use the crossbow to actually move that, to get the cross. Okay, that part I need to make a save state for and show it, because that's actually pretty, the drop there is actually pretty important. Oop, did it early. I need to make the save state up top, I think. This is going to be a rough save state to actually make. Might have to just make it at the end of this room instead. Oop, that's not what I was trying to do. Okay, so the important part here is that you hold left and that you bounce twice, not 3 times. The RNG is really, really finicky at this point. So I'm going to show it. I want to try and show this properly. Okay, so what's happening here is you're going to jump from about this position. You're going to basically bonk up against this. You're going to grab whatever item, you're going to grab the money that's sitting here, and you're going to have enough speed that you're going to clear all the way over here. And what you're trying to do is, when you clear this, you need to be pressing left so you hit this block. Like, you need to brush up against it, but not land on it. If you do land on it, it's not that big of a deal. It should still work properly, if I remember correctly. Like, this should still give me the same RNG. That does not look right. No, that's definitely not right. Maybe it doesn't? Huh. Nope. Okay, you cannot land on that platform. Good to know. That's something I never actually tested before. That's gonna be wrong now. Yep. Huh. I didn't realize you couldn't land on that. Good to know. this should be right. Yep, that's correct. Oh, I think I know why. I think I understand why it's doing that. So the difference is in your fall speed. If I jump from here, I'm hitting max height here. Like I'm hitting this point, and this is where my velocity starts picking up. So by the time I hit the next room, I'm already moving faster. So I fall through that room a little bit faster, whereas if I fall off the edge... If I go from here, it takes me a little bit longer to get through that room above me. Here, help me up to the upper room. This room. If I walk off the ledge, my vertical velocity is a lot slower when I enter this room, so I spend more time on it, which gives all these enemies on this room a chance to hammer on the RNG. So that's why you can't just fall off the edge there. You've got to clear the platform entirely. You use that to get your cross, grab your scroll, jump over it, you brush up against the green one, you bounce twice. And the important part there is that you listen for those 3 extra enemies that die in this room. You bounce twice, fall onto the bottom, do that. So you heard those last 3 hits right there. Those are important. You need that to happen in order for the RNG to be in the right place. One, 2, 3. Then you immediately drop down the ladder. If you do everything right, this blue guy will spawn right about here, and will just zip down to the lower right. He's just gonna go like this. That's how you know you're on the right RNG. If you get any other pattern in here, you don't have it. You're not doing it right, or you don't have the pattern right, and you're not gonna be able to get the next scroll. Unfortunately, my scroll wore off, so I have to do this again. You walk over. This spider is going to walk away from you. You need it to die right about here. It's not directly above this spike, but it's also not halfway. Like, it's a really weird one to get. See, I got money that time. Because I believe I was late. See, there's the scroll. Basically, you're aiming to kill it. You want it to be not quite on the, not like directly on top of this seam, but you don't want it directly on top of this block either. It's a really picky one to get, and it's actually one of the more difficult ones. But this is going to give you a lot of momentum through Mayna's area, because the whole beginning section is just a lot of walking. And this one scroll saves a lot of time. So it's absolutely worth going after. So brush up against the green block, bounce twice. Ooh, I did that wrong. I didn't jump. So get your cross, get your scroll here, brush the green block, bounce twice, drop down to the bottom, punt the block. 1, 2, 3, drop down the stairs. Run over to the right, wait for him to get roughly over that pillar, then mash your shots. There's your scroll. Now I'm going to show the entire thing. And we'll actually do the part of Mayna's area where you have the scroll speed. Oops, I did that too early. Again, make sure you hear that second set of death sounds. That's very, very important. Get your last scroll, and we're just going to go straight into Mayna's area. There's just so much running at the beginning of this that this scroll saves an ungodly amount of time. Normally, it will wear off right about there. If you've done everything correctly, it'll wear off basically during that screen transition or maybe slightly before it. Alright, so one more time with actual explaining. So you kill him about halfway across that tile, you get your scroll there, you drop down, you kill the scorpion over on the left side of the platform roughly, wait a little bit, drop down, kill those two, jump up, kill that guy with 2 shots, kill the red wizard, green wizard, red wizard. I didn't kill the green wizard. Let's try that again. So Octorok in the middle of the, right on top of that seam, scorpion on the left side of the platform, wait a small moment, drop down, kill those two, kill that guy with 2 shots. Red wizard, green wizard, red tomato, mash your shots, get your scroll. Fling the block, kill the knight, get your cross. Get a scroll from this guy, brush up against the green block, bounce twice. Fling the block. Don't get stuck under the platform. So yeah, once again, kill it and then... You've already heard it like 4 times. I'll just pick up like halfway through this room. If I can remember how to do things, I'm scatterbrained. Things are happening. That was late, I think. Nope, never mind, it wasn't. I am way off on my timings now. I can tell I'm getting tired. Thankfully, there's only one more manip to show after this. Kill that guy, and again, red wizard, green wizard, red tomato. Fling the block, kill the knight, get your cross, get a scroll, brush the green block, bounce twice. Fling the block, listen for 2 separate sets of death sounds, drop all the way to the bottom. Follow the spider over, kill it roughly over the pillar, get your scroll, and away you go. Best to just use keys at the beginning of this section instead of using anything else. It's not... You should have plenty of them by this point, so it's not a big deal that you burn a bunch. Save the magic for the moment. Did the area fast enough, you'll get to the screen transition, it'll wear off in the middle of that screen transition. That is the full Mayna manipulation. Or as far as we've gotten it so far. Hey, welcome back, referee. Okay, one more to show you. It's effectively this. It's technically this is technically 2 manipulations, but it's not. It's the same manipulation twice. And I also need to go back and remake this save state because I don't grab the power knuckle here anymore. So once again, you would come back, you would reset your RNG. Remember, I didn't show that on all the manipulations, I just showed it on the first one. Every time you come back to the house, you always select the grandfather, hit start to make that noise come up, hit select to get out of that menu. That resets your RNG to a fixed state. You have to do that every time you're in the house, or these manipulations will not work. So for Roas, we're just picking up the crystal and the crown, and that's it. What you saw before was a slightly older variation of this manip that I don't do anymore. So let me remake the save state. All right, so the same deal. First enemy is gonna be your first one, and then this enemy is gonna be your second one, and that's it. That's the whole manip. You're only going to scroll speed 2 for this because it actually ends up taking longer to get to bother equipping the power knuckle, to spend the 3 seconds walking over to get the power knuckle. and all the extra time you're spending setting up the manipulation to get the scroll speed 3 than it does to just do it at scroll speed 2. Like, this is literally all there is to this one. The only problem is that you will have to get an enemy boost here. If you're at scroll speed 3, you can actually make this jump right here. You can go from this block to this block. At scroll speed 2, you cannot make that jump anymore, and you have no way to break these. You have to get an enemy boost, or you have to do a pause jump. So again, just get the scroll there, like we have on every other one. Kill the scorpion on the left side of the roughly the left-ish side of the platform to get your scroll there. Drop down, and then you're just going to run. You're not even going to bother with any of these enemies. There might be a scroll hidden in here somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. And I'm not worried about searching for it just yet either. Let me up. Have to use an enemy for a boost, and then you come over here. You'll do Lion Boost if you can, if he's cooperative. If he's not, you just deal with the extra pause jump. Pause jump your way all the way up this pillar. You can kill this guy and hope he drops a scroll. He probably won't. Don't worry about it. Use your crystal to get back, and then go right back to the house. On average, this is actually faster than just chancing it and going back into the dungeon. And hoping you get a scroll. So reset your RNG again. Select Roas. You already have the Dragon Slayer. You don't need any other equipment. You're just going to grab the Dragon Slayer and the Dragon Slayer only. This manip is a little bit... This manip is effectively the same thing, but there's one little thing I have to add to it before the end of it. I'm gonna make one more save state here. So you get your first scroll. And then you get your second scroll. Do the same thing. You're just going to drop down. You're not even going to care about any more enemies. You're not going to do any more manips. So the issue here is that we're at scroll speed 2, which is 3 pixels per frame. At 3 pixels per frame, you cannot trigger the boss. You cannot physically hit the correct pixel to actually trigger the boss here. No matter how many walls you brush up against, you can't do it. Because there's a magic pixel you have to hit in order to trigger that boss to happen. And if you don't land on exactly that pixel, it will not happen. But there is a way to set this up where you can hit it at scroll speed 2. And the trick is to line yourself up with blocks above that point. So you're going to drop to this block here, this exact block. Right here. Basically, you could call it 2 steps up of this 3 steps here or whatever. I'm not sure how to describe it. Let's just say, okay, easiest way to line it up, you're lining yourself up with this, the edge, the very last block of this platform up here. You line it up with this. You have to physically press right and walk into the wall as well, because this is going to line your pixels up where you need them. And my scroll speed is worn off, so I'm going to have to do it again. You just press up against this, and you just walk off the edge. Do not, under any circumstance after this point, when you fall from this position, do not hold right against this block, or you'll mess up your, you'll mess up your alignment. Hey, Toad, thank you for the host. Appreciate it. Let me pause, jump back up to show the block again. But it's basically, but yeah, you're basically just lining yourself up with the edge of this block. You could also say you're lining yourself up with the top of the in, like you're standing exactly one block above where it says the word in over here. Oh my god, get off of me. But either visual cue works, but it has to be this step. Both, Black and Time, both. Somebody had asked whether or not there was actually like a tutorial or a guide on doing this speedrun, and there wasn't one, and I've been meaning to do a tutorial for this for quite a while now, and I just hadn't gotten around to it. So I figured, why not get it out of the way? But yeah, basically, you're just lining yourself up. Hey, thanks for the good luck, Toad. We're right near the end of this, we're actually right near the end of the tutorial, for that matter. I've been going with this tutorial since about 5 p.m., so it took me a little longer than expected, but not by much, thankfully. But yeah, you're going to be lining yourself up with, on this step, which is lined up with the last block on this platform, or one block above the above the word in. So I need to get my scroll speed back so I can show this properly. Get your 2 scrolls, just drop down, you'll bonk a few times. Ignore the rest of the enemies, just run right through them. You're not manipulating anymore. Drop down, line yourself up against, press right against it. So you line up. You just drop down to the bottom. Do not brush up against this in the slightest, and then just run to the right, and you will trigger the boss because it puts you on the correct pixel. It lines you up. That's the only disadvantage of this manip, is that you have to do it on scroll speed 2, which means you have to do something extra to trigger the boss properly. That was money. That's not right. So you grab your first scroll, you grab your second scroll. I think that was late again. Nope, it wasn't. Up over all that stuff, line yourself up here, hold to the right just for a moment. You don't have to press it for just a slight moment. I'm doing it a lot longer than I need to right now. Drop down to the bottom. Do not brush up against this wall at all. Run to the right, and you will trigger the boss every single time with scroll speed 2. And then you don't be an idiot like me and get hit by a bunch of fire. We'll do that one more time just to show it. I didn't show the first one that much because literally the first one is just grab these 2 scrolls and run. There's not really anything else to it. Press up against that, fall off the edge. Don't press up against the wall, trigger the boss. Get into the boss's flames, mash as hard as you can. Let him do a bunch of damage to you, just do a bunch of damage to him. Stop when you get to about 10 health left. Do some hit and runs. If he feels like letting you do the hit and runs. Don't be under his body when he dies, and GG, you have completed the game in hopefully good pace. Whew, okay, that tutorial went on a little longer than I was expecting. I was expecting like in the 3 to 4 hour range. We went a little, I think this is a little past the 4 hour mark. I hope this was informative. I hope some of what I said was not incoherent, because I know I tend to babble a bunch, and there was a bunch of small points where I kind of got off topic and talked about other things. But that is effectively how you run this game, both with and without scroll manipulation. And I honestly think it was important to distinguish that you can still do the run even without manipulating. That everything is still entirely possible without it. It's just obviously a bit slower, but it's a lot easier to start out with. If you really just want to get used to how, the path through the game, what you need to be doing, what areas you need to be doing, in what order. I think it was really important to do that first, and then show the manipulation afterwards. The manipulations, I hope I described those well. Those are really hard to describe while doing them. Because everything just kind of goes by so fast that it's hard to say everything that I need to while actually performing them. So I'm hoping being able to reload the save states and show everything properly. You're just done work. Well, I just finished a tutorial. Yay! I will be highlighting this. Like, as soon as I cut stream, I'm going to highlight this entire thing, and I'm going to link it on the SRC page, so it'll be accessible to everyone. Again, I really hope that this was helpful in some capacity, that I was clear enough in what you're going to be doing to get through the game, and the manipulations, or how you get through the game and how you do the manipulations. I hope I was clear enough on everything. If anyone watches this at a later date or has any questions even right now, feel free to ask. I'll answer them to the best of my ability. This is just one of those games that's hard. Like, I don't think a written guide for this would work all that well, because trying to describe everything, especially with the manipulations, would be largely incoherent. Trying to describe what's actually being shown on screen in text form would be really, really, really difficult. So I'm hoping this guide actually helped in some capacity.